The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., June 10, 2026. I hereby appoint the Honorable Daniel Muser to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 6, 2026, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes, but no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson, when he's ready for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to address the House and to revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor Dr. R. Dwayne Satzker, a Cincinnati native retiring after 47 years of distinguished service to the U.S. Food and Drug Administration. Dr. Satzker earned his bachelor's, master's, and PhD in chemistry from the University of Cincinnati and joined the FDA in 1979. His forensic work in the 1980s Tylenol tampering crisis helped establish the FDA Forensic Chemistry Center in Cincinnati, a laboratory that has protected countless American lives. Over his career, he led the center's elevation to the National Forensic Chemistry Center, oversaw a state-of-the-art 64,000 square foot renovation completed in 2024, and launched the Intrepid program with Customs and Border Patrol and DEA, a forensic initiative that links illicit drugs to disrupt deadly trafficking networks. With over 40 publications, 2 U.S. patents, and dozens of FDA honors, Dr. Satzker's record of scientific excellence and public service is extraordinary. America is safer and healthier because of his lifetime of service to our nation. I wish him and his family a well-earned and happy retirement. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Kelly, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in honor of 2 people on my staff, Billy Dwyer and Michelle Galdamez. They've both moved on to new opportunities, but I'll always remember their hard work, contributions to my office, and their wonderful personalities. When I first met Billy Dwyer at a barbecue, I had no idea that one day he'd be my senior policy advisor. It truly speaks to his persistence. He was my constituent and started to work in my district office, and in 2020 moved to D.C. as my legislative aide. He is a founding member of the office's house softball team, the Deep Dishers. His sports exploits extend to hockey, where as a member of the congressional team, he scored 2 game-tying goals this past year against the lobbyists. For over 6 years, Billy was the life of the office. While his colleagues often complained that they could hear him even through noise-canceling headphones, he was always quick with a joke and a laugh. I have no doubt that his new coworkers have welcomed his uplifting spirit. When my district expanded from 1,500 farms to over 4,500, Billy jumped right into the agricultural portfolio. The farmers all love him, whether they grow corn or soybeans, which is a feat in and of itself. He connected the agricultural work to my healthcare portfolio, leading to the introduction of my Food is Medicine bill to improve health outcomes through nutrition. Billy's work has always been rooted in advocacy. He became a passionate advocate for mental health after his sister died when he graduated from high school. He continues to speak out for mental health and headache disorders. I am so proud of the work he's done in and outside of my office, and I know he will succeed in his next role. Michelle Galdamez, my senior health policy advisor, has been critical in leading my office's healthcare work. She first joined my office 4 years ago as a fellow before working in the Senate. We then stole her back when there was an opening, and I'm just grateful she decided to come back. She stepped into the work without missing a beat, continuing to carry on my healthcare legislation and expand it from maternal health to clinical trial diversity to digital health. I often say that no one can accomplish anything alone, and that could not be truer when it comes to affordable health care. I receive so many compliments from people who've worked with Michelle. They all sing her praises, so I think it's only right that they are entered into the House record for all to hear. Michelle's commitment to health care, especially women's health, is second to none. When I was in a 26-hour marathon hearing, Michelle was right there with me defending Medicaid from Republicans' trillion-dollar cut. When she saw the viral video of a woman being discharged from a hospital while in active labor and found out she was a constituent, Michelle got right to work. She diligently worked on the bill that would become the Wells Act, named after my constituent, Mercedes Wells, who gave birth in her truck on the side of the road. It was her idea to name the bill after Mercedes because her heart and compassion for people are at the center of everything she does. Michelle also does great work with recruiting and training health fellows, guiding them and setting them up for future success after they leave the office. I know she will do a fantastic job serving as the legislative director in the office of my colleague, Emily Randall. I have been incredibly lucky to have such wonderful staff, especially Billy and Michelle. Thank you to both of them, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, a full-court press is being waged in the media to bring back Yosemite Valley's restrictive reservation system. Viral videos of crowds on Memorial Day now stoke this movement. Well, those complaining of crowds during peak weekends, of course, envision that they should be able to enter the park, but not all those pesky other people. Well, here's a helpful tip. If you don't like crowds, don't go to the beach on Memorial Day and don't go to Yosemite on Memorial Day. In a series of articles in the San Francisco Chronicle, these critics have gone so far as to advocate resurrecting the radical Yosemite General Management Plan. It would have ultimately banned all traffic from the park and required visitors to stop nearly 50 miles away, pack up the kids and the binkies and the blankies and the backpacks, and then take a government bus more than an hour in order just to set foot in Yosemite Valley. They also favor the so-called Merced River Plan that tried and partially succeeded to eliminate many of the amenities available in the valley, including bicycle and raft rentals, horseback riding rentals, gift and snack shops, swimming pools, and iconic facilities, including the ice skating rink at Curry Village, the Art Center, and an historic stone bridge that dates back to the 1920s. These elitists now press to restore the disastrous reservation system that greatly inconvenienced park visitors throughout 2024. To them, these restrictive measures are the cure to crowds. Yet to the public, the reservation system meant that an average of 700 cars a day, filled with families that had driven hours to enjoy a day at Yosemite, were turned away at the gates for lack of reservations. And meanwhile, inside the park, parking lots sat half empty. Hotel reservations fell thousands short, and many tourists who booked a room outside the park were refused entry at the gates for want of a coveted reservation. Frustrated would-be visitors reported continuing problems trying to obtain reservations on a glitchy website. Now, this is not to say that crowding in the valley hasn't been a big problem, but the solution is better management and more capacity, not restricting access. Before the 1997 flood, there were about twice as many parking places, rooms, and campsites as there are today. Although Congress appropriated funds to restore this capacity, it never was. A succession of incompetent superintendents tolerated inefficient admissions and time-consuming transactions that often produced long lines at the gates. When Gateway community representatives approached park managers for relief, their many suggestions and pleas were simply ignored. Under Yosemite's new superintendent, Ray McPadden, these deficiencies are finally being addressed. He's instituting a large number of improvements that have been advocated by the Gateway communities for a decade, and he's meeting regularly with local representatives, businesses, and residents. To address gate delays, he's introduced digitized entry passes, installed Wi-Fi to expedite admissions. To decongest the valley, he's promoting and encouraging visitors to enjoy often overlooked features like Tuolumne Meadows, Mariposa Grove, Glacier Point, and Tenaya Lake. He's adding long overdue additional parking that will be using real-time data this summer to relieve traffic congestion. Last weekend, the Secretary of the Interior and the Superintendent met with local elected and business representatives. To a person, they opposed the reservation system and endorsed the measures now being undertaken to improve the visitor experience. The Yosemite Grant of 1864 was the first time that federal land was set aside for the enjoyment of the American people. In the original words of the act, that was done with the promise that lands would be, quote, held for public use, resort, and recreation. This led to the creation of the National Park Service, again with the express purpose to conserve the scenery and the natural and historical objects of the wildlife therein, and to provide for the enjoyment of the same. Well, the environmental left would change use, resort, and recreation to look but don't touch. John Muir once wrote, "The valley is filled with people, yet they do not annoy me." Not so the green left that has tried for many years to reduce visitor services and restrict public access. The 750,000-acre national park can welcome many more visitors than it does today. All that's been lacking is a visitor-friendly attitude by Yosemite Park management and a willingness to be a good neighbor to the gateway communities and businesses that depend on tourism. With Yosemite's new management, that day has finally come. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Kennedy, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to commemorate the 50th anniversary of the Buffalo Juneteenth Festival, one of the great cultural traditions in Western New York and one of the largest Juneteenth celebrations in the United States of America. Since 1976, countless participants have marched in Buffalo to celebrate the day in American history when word finally reached Galveston, Texas in 1865 that President Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation more than 2 years prior. For those forced to wait, every day carried a profound human cost. But alongside injustice, Juneteenth is a story of what formerly enslaved men and women built with their freedom. Despite extraordinary obstacles and oppression, these Americans fought to claim their place in our democracy, and in the process, they expanded the promise of America itself. Generations of Black Americans confronted and overcame barriers that were designed to exclude them, including Jim Crow's literacy tests, poll taxes, and racial violence, refusing to surrender the belief that America could become more faithful to its founding ideals. The struggle for Black America did not end in 1865 with the passage of the 13th, 14th, 15th Amendments, with the Civil Rights Movement, or with the passage of the Voting Rights Act of 1965. It continues right now as we bear witness to the concerted, intentional campaign to take our nation backwards. The dismantling of the Voting Rights Act is allowing states across the South to enact racist gerrymanders and dilute Black political power. Moments like these remind us of the significance of Juneteenth and that our democracy is not self-sustaining. It requires constant vigilance. That's why Buffalo's Juneteenth Festival is so important. For 50 years, this gathering has continued the unfinished work of building a more just and inclusive nation. I extend my deepest gratitude to President Caron Yvonne Crump, the Festival Committee, the volunteers, and the community leaders whose dedication has sustained this extraordinary Buffalo institution for 50 years. As we commemorate this golden anniversary, may we all remember Juneteenth's call to protect freedom. Mr. Speaker, in recognition of Immigrant Heritage Month, I rise today to celebrate the 20th anniversary of the Westminster Economic Development Initiative, better known across Buffalo and Western New York as WEDI. For 2 decades, this extraordinary organization has been a driving force for opportunity and empowerment in the city of good neighbors. Through its work in education and economic development, Weedy has helped thousands of Western New Yorkers of all zip codes, backgrounds, and languages build stronger futures. From literacy programs that prepare young people for success in school, to small business initiatives like the West Side Bazaar that provide entrepreneurs with mentorship and access to capital, Weedy opens doors and expands opportunities across our community. What makes Weedy so special is that it recognizes the talent and potential already present in our communities and provides people the tools that they need to thrive. In neighborhoods too often overlooked, Weedy has created pathways to economic mobility, empowered working families, and helped build a more inclusive and equitable Buffalo. Today, we celebrate 20 years of impact, leadership, and service. I thank everyone at Weedy for their unwavering commitment to Western New York and for helping to ensure that the American dream remains within reach for every member of our community. Congratulations, and onward to even more. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Mann, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Tony Mattivi and celebrate his confirmation by the United States Senate to serve as United States District Judge for the District of Kansas. Mr. Mattivi has spent his career working to uphold the rule of law, protect Kansans, and keep our communities safe. Before serving as the 13th director of the Kansas Bureau of Investigation, he spent more than 2 decades as a federal prosecutor. In that role, he handled some of the toughest cases imaginable related to drug trafficking, violent crime, racketeering, organized crime, gangs, money laundering, and terrorism. He served as the Anti-Terrorism and National Security Coordinator for the District of Kansas, prosecuted cases involving threats tied to al-Qaeda and ISIS, and helped bring justice in cases that directly affected Kansas communities, including an attempted attack at the Wichita airport. As director of the KBI, he continued that work with a clear focus on public safety. Under his leadership, the KBI helped form the Joint Fentanyl Impact Team, expanded child victims units in western and southeast Kansas, and completed a major upgrade to Kansas biometric identification system. Tony Mattivi understands the law, he understands law enforcement, and he understands Kansas. I congratulate him on his confirmation and thank him for his years of service to our state and our country. I'm confident he will serve the people of Kansas well on the federal bench. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the University of Kansas baseball team for a historic and record-breaking season. The Jayhawks brought incredible pride to Lawrence, the Big First District, and the entire state of Kansas. This season, KU won the Big 12 regular season title outright and then captured the Big 12 tournament championship for the first time in 20 years. They finished the year with 45 wins, tying a school record, and hosted the first ever Lawrence Regional and Lawrence Super Regional. Along the way, the Jayhawks set school records in conference wins, road and neutral site wins, home runs, and batters struck out. They also earned a spot in the NCAA tournament for the second consecutive year, something the program has only done one other time in school history. To Coach Fitzgerald, the players, staff, families, and all Jayhawk fans, congratulations on an outstanding season. You made Lawrence proud, you made Kansas proud, and you showed the country that Kansas baseball belongs on the national stage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Latimer, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, today I'd like to recognize the men and women who lead the essential grassroots organizations of Co-op City in the Bronx, the many building association presidents who are elected by and represent the many shareholders in each of the 35 buildings that comprise the complex, which is the largest housing cooperative in the United States. Each building rises as high as 33 stories with up to 500 units and in those complexes. The building association boards organize annual activities and advocate on behalf of the residents, and they organize around holidays and special events such as back to school, Halloween, and Christmas. They conduct fundraisers to provide money to enhance common areas, and they form a group to lobby for overall improvements in the complex as well as their buildings. The civic life of Co-op City begins with these volunteers. Let me mention just a few of the most active individuals who head their respective buildings. Building 13, Leslie Peterson. Building 6, Lauren Lassiter. Building 28, Adalia Reyes. Building 27, Aaron Carnegie. Building 26, Tanya Cruz Cook. Building 2, Al Quattlebaum. Building 8, Tremaine O'Garrow. Building 9, Linda Collins. Building 35, Carol Arthur. Building 33, Tobias Garcia, and so many more to celebrate. From the floor of the U.S. House of Representatives, we salute all of the Co-op City Building Association presidents for their commitment of time and effort on behalf of their neighbors. Mr. Speaker, our home area lost an impressive woman last month, Ruth Heinerfeld of Mamaroneck, age 95. Ruth, a Massachusetts native, made her life and legacy in Westchester with husband Norman. A Vassar graduate with 3 children and 2 grandchildren, Ruth was a pillar of the local League of Women Voters and rose to national prominence as the National League of Women Voter president in 1978. She had direct involvement with the national presidential debates in 1980 with Jimmy Carter and Ronald Reagan. She was appointed to various national boards, the U.S. Advisory Commission for Trade, Overseas Development Council, and she maintained voluntary involvement with Common Cause, UNICEF, the Municipal League, and the Council on Foreign Relations. She was always gracious and warm to the people that she dealt with, both locally and nationally. Ruth Heinerfeld had a life well lived. From the floor of the House of Representatives, we salute that life in times of Ruth Heinerfeld. Mr. Speaker, I want to recognize the outstanding programs provided by the Village of Irvington that benefit the senior citizens of that community. Under the able leadership of Senior Coordinator Joan Armstrong, the Senior Center on Bridge Street, the Irvington seniors serve hundreds of seniors annually with a daily nutrition program at lunchtime, weekdays each week, and activities and programs to engage seniors of all ages. There are fitness classes from Tai Chi to chair yoga, mental fitness programs, a variety of board games, mahjong, bridge, along with the classic senior staple, bingo. Joan and her talented crew host annual events for Valentine's Day, Mother's Day, Halloween, and a host of celebrations. There are day trips planned to shopping locales and tourist sites as well. The programs are supported by the Village Board under the leadership of Mayor Arlene Burgos and Village Administrator Charles Hessler. From the floor of the House of Representatives, we salute the work of the Irvington seniors, the active and energetic members who show that age is more than just a state of mind. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield.
The gentleman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Baird, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I rise today to recognize the history, the heritage, the enduring legacy of innovation that defines the great state of Indiana. And during the 250th anniversary of our nation's founding, it's vital to remember the foundational principles that have driven American progress. Many of those principles have been exemplified by the Hoosier State. Founded in 1816, Indiana was built on the foundation of hard work, strong families, and tight-knit communities. Our pioneers cleared the wilderness, building a society grounded in faith and freedom. It's this unique spirit that led Indiana to produce 3 presidents, 6 vice presidents, and 3 Supreme Court justices, earning our reputation as the birthplace of national leadership. That drive to excel is also illustrated by our long history of industrial manufacturing. Long before modern technology hubs emerged in the coast, Indiana was a premier powerhouse for early American automotive manufacturing. Our soil is where brilliant engineers and automotive investors and inventors tested their limits. They built legendary companies like Studebaker and Duesenberg. This relentless spirit of innovation led directly to the creation of the legendary Indianapolis Motor Speedway in 1909. Today, we host the most famous Indianapolis 500, rightfully known as the greatest spectacle in racing. The event brings hundreds of thousands of fans across the globe to our state every year. It's that exact standard of Hoosier engineering excellence that gave the world early rear-view safety mirrors and cruise control. Indiana agriculture also helps feed and fuel the world. And I'm a lifelong farmer who studied animal science, so I know firsthand that agriculture is the heartbeat of our state and our national economy. These producers consistently make Indiana a top national producer of corn and soybeans, driving our bioeconomy and supplying global markets. We are also the number one producer, the
the #1 producer of popcorn in the entire United States. In fact, the popcorn king himself, Orville Redenbacher, was a proud son of Indiana. The Hoosier State is also the nation's top producer of commercial ducks, pumpkins, and peppermint. Indiana has a rich sports history with the Indiana Fever, Indiana Pacers, and the Indianapolis Colts, who have also achieved historic wins throughout their history. The first ever Major League Baseball game was held in Indiana in 1871. Our colleges and our universities have contributed to this theory and this history as well. Purdue University basketball team has been dominant with an NCAA championship appearance in 2024 and a Big Ten championship this past season. While I'm always be loyal to the Boilermakers, I must congratulate our neighbors in Bloomington, Indiana, Indiana University's football team, who also recently had a perfect 16-0 season, bringing national championship to the Hoosier State. Notre Dame has a storied football program with 11 consecutive national championships, including one led by the great Lou Holtz and 7 Heisman Trophy winners. The true measure of Indiana has always been the people, leaders, trailblazers, and visionaries who shaped world history. There are so many famous names from Indiana: the Jackson family, Axl Rose, Larry Bird, David Letterman, Colonel Sanders, Irene Dunn, Madam C.J. Walker, Steve McQueen, Cole Porter, Wilbur Wright, Ernie Pyle, Eli Lilly, Amelia Earhart, James Dean, General Burnside, and Abraham Lincoln, to name just a few. We're truly a birthplace of greatness. Indiana is a proud state that honors its past while building its future. And I'm honored to represent Indiana's 4th Congressional District as we celebrate 250 years of our great nation. I look forward to seeing our state lead the way for future generations. The best is yet to come. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the 50th flight of the Indiana Honor Flight. This organization hosts flights for veterans from Indianapolis to Washington, D.C., and boasts of an unwavering commitment to serving veterans. Founded in 2012, the Indiana Honor Flight has flown nearly 4,000 veterans to D.C. to view the memorials. The organization runs 4 flights a year. Each flight has around 86 veterans and 86 guardians aboard. Indy Honor Flight also hosts a large welcome home celebration that the veterans return to Indiana for the public to show its appreciation for those who have served. The organization is based in Hendricks County, and most of the leaders and volunteers live in the 4th District. This is truly a community effort with approximately 200 volunteers offering their time to make each trip happen, and I congratulate them on this historic milestone. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Jayapal, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of Rafe Pomerantz. Rafe passed away on May 21st at the age of 79 in Washington, D.C. Rafe fiercely and steadfastly championed environmental causes for nearly 5 decades. Rafe was a beloved advocate for climate action. Born in New York City in 1946, Rafe grew up among nature in Connecticut and was a graduate of Cornell University. He was an activist, organizer, policy expert, and diplomat. The New York Times described him as the Paul Revere of climate change, an environmentalist who discovered in an obscure 1970 report that burning coal heats the atmosphere, a man who devoted his life to warning the public and policymakers about the dangers of climate change. He dedicated his life to uplifting the dangers of climate change and was instrumental in advancing awareness of the issue. Rafe set the foundation for understanding climate change as a comprehensive problem that demanded urgent policy action. When Rafe first started this work, inspired by a report by the Environmental Protection Agency on the impact of coal emissions on global warming, the risks of climate change were not being recognized or addressed. Scientists had been measuring increasing atmospheric carbon dioxide concentration since the early 1960s, but their warnings remained largely overlooked by both governments and civil society. Rafe was one of the few who recognized the magnitude of the threat and was compelled to sound the alarm. He organized the first briefings ever about climate change with policymakers, developed relationships with news media to bring the issue into public view, and mobilized stakeholder groups to pursue collective action. Today, climate change is one of the key issues driving political discourse, in large part because of Rafe's early leadership and insistence that we could not afford to look away. Throughout his distinguished career, Rafe served the American people in government and nonprofits. He was the U.S. Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for Environment and Development from 1993 to 1999. In this capacity, he represented the United States at both the Berlin and Kyoto conferences of the parties. Rafe was instrumental in organizing the 1986 Senate hearings on climate change and helped negotiate a landmark UN treaty on global greenhouse emissions. Rafe was a dedicated champion for environment at a number of organizations, including Friends of the Earth, the World Resources Institute, the Climate Policy Center, Arctic 21, the Polar Research Board of the National Academy of Sciences, American Rivers, the League of Conservation Voters, Climate Action Network, and the Potomac Conservancy. Rafe continued his advocacy until his passing, primarily through his leadership on the Upper Limit Project, an effort to establish an upper limit on sea level rise in order to protect coastal communities and help the world better understand the real-world consequences of climate change. Through that work, he argued that climate policy must not only focus on temperature targets, but also on preventing catastrophic sea level rise that threatens economies, ecosystems, and the future of coastal cities around the world. He continued his advocacy literally until the last days of his passing, remaining an outspoken leader on the need for urgent action to save our planet. I was blessed to know Rafe through his daughter, Lila Pomerantz, who has served as my incredible chief of staff for the past 6 years here in Congress. I see Rafe's legacy exhibited in her every day, the commitment to service, compassion, and big ideas that drove him have been passed to the next generation, and I am so grateful for this and for all of Rafe's contributions to our planet and our people. I'm proud to be joined in the chamber today by Lila, her husband Dan, her daughter Noah, as we celebrate Rafe's life and contributions. Rafe is survived by his wife, Lenore Pomerantz, his children, Lila, Benjamin, and Ethan, 2 siblings, and 7 grandchildren. Through his enduring legacy and his love for his family, for his friends, for his community, for this planet that we live on, Rafe's legacy will continue to shape the fight against climate change and touch the lives of so many across the world. Thank you, Rafe Pomerantz. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Hageman, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to expose and challenge the climate shakedowns at the root of increasing energy costs being imposed on every American. For decades, the left has waged a war against our energy industry, seeking to regulate them out of business. Having failed to crush those companies who produce affordable and reliable energy, they now seek to sue them into bankruptcy. So-called climate superfund laws have propped up in nearly a dozen leftist states, punishing those who harvest the very product that has fueled America's unrivaled prosperity. Activists are exploiting the courts to shake down producers, enrich the lawyers, and engineer behavior. These penalties for lawful activity weaken the power grid, destroy jobs, and amplify the pain every American feels when heating their homes and driving their cars. Make no mistake, war with Iran is not the cause of our energy struggle. These wrong-headed lawsuits are. The road to the Stone Age is paved by the elimination of fossil fuels. I ask my colleagues to pass the Stop Climate Shakedowns Act to protect our producers immediately. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and congratulate brothers Galen, Mark, and Verdine Heiner on their remarkable receipt of the Wright Brothers Master Pilot Award. This award is reserved for aviators of the highest caliber and is a testament to the Heiner brothers as representing an extraordinary family carrying the legacy of the Ohio brothers who transformed mankind's reality in 1903. To qualify, pilots must be U.S. citizens certified under the U.S. Civil Aviation Authority, or the FAA, with a perfect record where certification has never been revoked. Nominees must have completed at least 50 years of flying civilian or military aircraft, mastering the art of powered aviation barely more than a century old. Few pilots have ever met the criteria for this prestigious recognition, and even fewer families have produced 3 such recipients. Thank you for your dedication to aviation, and congratulations on this mile-high accomplishment. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and congratulate the hardworking men and women who have worked around the clock to keep the Simplot Rock Springs plant operating for 40 years. This milestone celebrates the millions of people fed thanks to Simplot's leadership in agricultural innovation to feed the nation, thanks to the fertilizer produced in southwestern Wyoming. Pioneering new ways to provide nourishment to our neighbors has always been a part of Wyoming's proud history. The determination to feed the planet is at the heart of our rich cowboy heritage. We thank the men and women at the Simplot Rock Springs plant who worked tirelessly to continue that legacy into the 21st century. We will need them now more than ever as America continues to grow and demand for quality food products increases. Congratulations. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Cheyenne's Luxury Diner, celebrating 100 years serving Wyoming. The story of this treasured institution extends far beyond the diner's first meal. This storied business first began as a trolley car rolling through the streets of Cheyenne in the first year of Wyoming statehood in 1894. The car was retired by 1912, but found a new purpose in 1926 as a neighborhood diner serving railroad workers. It became the Luxury Diner in 1964, and it has been a Cheyenne landmark ever since. Every meal is made from scratch. Recipes like the green chili and sausage gravy are decades old and still on the menu. Today, owners Del and Angie Jimenez carry the tradition forward, and the Luxury Diner has earned national recognition, including a feature on the Food Network. In Wyoming, we value things built to last. The Luxury Diner started as a trolley car, became a diner, and 100 years later, it still feeds our community. Congratulations to the Luxury Diner on this milestone. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Kamlager Dove, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor your 2026 NCAA Women's Water Polo National Champions, my USC Trojans. Last month, my Trojans beat our cross-state rival, California Golden Bears, in a 10-9 nail-biter to take home their 7th national championship in program history. After falling short in the championship game last year, Coach Casey Moon and the Trojans stayed the course and bounced back to win it all. Special shout-outs to Anna Reed, Emily Osmus, and Ava Stryker, who took home first-team all-tournament honors. That's 6 straight years with at least 1 national championship. You've made our university, California's 37th district, and Trojans everywhere proud. Fight on. Mr. Speaker, Trump and Republicans just showed the American people once again exactly where their priorities lie, not with families struggling to make ends meet, but with lawless agencies and political allies. Yesterday, Republicans passed a $70 billion slush fund for ICE and CBP, on top of the $140 billion already handed out in the Big Ugly Bill. I submitted amendments that highlight just how dangerous and unrestrained this bill truly is. One amendment requires essential care for pregnant individuals in detention. Another prohibits ICE from hiring people who participated in the January 6th insurrection, pardoned or not. This would ban individuals like January 6er Andrew Johnson, who was charged with sex crimes against 2 children, from becoming an ICE or CBP officer. But Republicans said no, and instead passed a bill with 0 reforms to rein in ICE and BBP. Endless billions for political corruption and nothing for those who defended our Capitol on January 6th. Mr. Speaker, the president said it himself. He doesn't think about Americans' financial situations. And last night, Republicans co-signed that exact sentiment. Republicans have an audience of 1, Democrats have an audience of over 340 million, and we'll keep fighting for the American people and for our immigrant neighbors. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to sound the alarm about a grave national security threat. Donald Trump's sleeping habits. I know we have rules about decorum, so I will stick to the facts, because this is, in fact, a serious matter of oversight, transparency, and national security. In meeting after meeting, Donald Trump has fallen asleep. In public, on camera, in broad daylight, when people lavish praise on him. We cannot trust the White House on matters concerning the president's health because they are denying what Americans are seeing with our own two eyes. Just last week, Marco Rubio seemingly lied to Congress about this when he told my colleague that he had never been at a meeting where Trump fell asleep, despite being shown a video where the president dozed off right next to him. We cannot have a president asleep on the job. Is he sleeping in classified briefings, on calls with foreign leaders? How can we trust a president who is literally asleep at the wheel to make informed decisions about national security? An April YouGov poll found that 48% of Americans believe that Trump is also suffering modest to significant cognitive decline. He is increasingly making erratic decisions and raised questions about his mental fitness for office. He is posting AI on Truth Social at ungodly hours of the night. He is hyperfixated on his billion-dollar ballroom and a $1.8 billion slush fund for political allies instead of ending his war of choice on Iran and lowering costs for Americans. Sadly, the White House has repeatedly failed to be transparent with the American people about the president's health. Trump consistently has bruises on his hands that the White House claims are from handshakes. He received an MRI without knowing what body part was scanned or disclosing why he received it. The White House failed to put a mysterious dentist appointment on the presidential calendar, as is normal for medical appointments. Dr. Oz said the president is taking cognitive tests every day because he likes the results. And the White House removed a hair loss prevention drug from the public list of drugs he is taking, saying they are not obligated to disclose what medications the president is on. Is Trump suddenly naturally growing his hair, or is the White House hiding something? We need real transparency. It is time for Republicans to wake up and join Democrats in demanding transparency from this White House about the president's health. It is a matter of national security. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The lady yields. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in honor of Aaliyah Moses, Chief U.S. District Judge for the Western District of Texas. I first met Chief Judge Moses in May 2022 in my capacity as co-chair of the Congressional Border Security Caucus. The United States was seeing an unprecedented wave of illegal immigration across the southern border, and members of the House were actively trying to understand the impacts on our nation, including the impact on our federal court system. A member of the caucus who was aware of Judge Moses and her caseload recommended we seek her input, inviting her to virtually participate in our monthly meeting. Since that first connection, she's become a good friend and has been a wealth of information. My staff and I have traveled to Del Rio, Texas, the division in which she sits, on multiple occasions, even bringing fellow members of the House with us to meet her in person. It gives me joy to share her story with you today. Chief Judge Moses is a story of first and one that should inspire us all. The chief was the youngest of 6 children born to her dear parents Amelia and Abdallah Moses, and raised in the small farming community of Quemado, Texas, a mere 35 miles from where she would ascend to chief judge. With the support of her parents and siblings, she graduated from Texas Women's University and became the first in her family to attend law school, choosing the University of Texas. In 1990, only a few years out of law school and working as an assistant county attorney in Austin, Chief Judge Moses was tapped to establish the U.S. Attorney's Office in Del Rio, Texas, where she continued until she was appointed as a magistrate judge in 1997. On July 11, 2002, she was nominated by President George W. Bush to serve as U.S. District Judge for the Western District of Texas. On November 18, 2002, she took the oath of office, becoming the first female district judge for the Western District of Texas and the first district judge to reside in the Del Rio Division. Exactly 20 years later, on November 18, 2022, Judge Moses became the first female chief judge of the district. Her impressive legal career isn't the only enduring aspect of her life. She has served as a mentor and guidepost for those around her. During her time as district judge, she has placed a priority on lifting up the young lawyers working for her, saying, quote, "My ambition now is to have a legacy of helping others who will help them turn around and help the next generation." I can tell you Her ambition is true, and she's made good on that ambition, aim, and goal. I have personally interacted with a handful of her law clerks who possess great admiration and gratitude for her. Upon her 20th anniversary of serving as a district judge, some of her former law clerks have offered heartfelt sentiments, including, quote, "I didn't understand the jackpot I was hitting until after I got to Judge Moses' court. In her confidence and command of the courtroom are inspiring. I take something I've learned from her and use it every day in my professional career." Another said, "It's like a mentorship for life." A member of my own staff had the privilege of interning with her for a few weeks after completing his first year of law school and continues to sing her praises. In my experience, her teaching and guidance aren't exclusive to those under her legal tutelage. In 2024, my staff organized a delegation of staffers from other Capitol Hill offices interested in learning more about the border and federal court system. Among their many meetings, Chief Judge Moses welcomed them to her Del Rio courtroom. She provided them with the opportunity to attend court proceedings and to meet with the head of each of the court's components. We still hear from staff about the impact of that experience and how it better prepared them to serve their elected representatives here in Washington, D.C. Some years ago, Chief Judge Moses reflected on influences in her life, saying, "It's amazing how God puts these mentors in your life. I wonder if they realize what kind of impact they are having on you when they're your mentors." I'm confident she's had that same effect on many generations of law clerks and those who have had the opportunity to learn from her. I know she has had that impact on my own chief of staff, who speaks of her example, guidance, devotion, and friendship often. Chief Judge Moses is an inspiration to all young women dreaming of what they can achieve. While I've only known her for a small portion of her 24 years on the bench, her dedication, her patriotism, and her love for the law and the Constitution are evident to me. Our great nation is blessed by her service, and my family, my staff, and I are blessed by her friendship. This month, Chief Judge Moses will be honored by having her official portrait hung in the United States Federal Courthouse in San Antonio, Texas. This tribute is well-deserved. It further cements her place in history and her example for all those following in her footsteps. Chief Judge Moses, I say this only once, and only for you, hook 'em horns. And congratulations on this immense honor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Arizona, Ms. Ansari, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of the Iranian Temporary Immigration Relief Act, legislation I introduced alongside Congressman Tom Suozzi to provide temporary protected status and work authorization to eligible Iranian nationals already living in the United States. Our bill is about fairness. It is about keeping a promise to people who followed the law, complied with every immigration requirement, and came to this country to study, research, innovate, and contribute. It is also personal to me. My father came to the United States as a student. Like so many others I've met in Arizona, he came here legally, pursued his education, and built a life grounded in opportunity and hard work. These stories are not unique. They are shared by thousands of Iranian students and researchers who now find themselves caught in uncertainty through no fault of their own. Just in Arizona, I've heard from dozens of students, scientists, engineers, and researchers whose lives have been thrown into limbo by the chaos unleashed by the Trump administration. These are real people contributing to America's future. One Arizona State University graduate earned a PhD in material science and engineering, researching biomedical technologies for neurological diseases through NIH-funded projects. He secured a very competitive position at the Mayo Clinic to continue federally funded medical research, but because his employment authorization remains frozen, he has spent months unable to work, without income, and without health insurance. Another researcher at ASU completed her PhD studying how lighting and design affect migraine patients, older adults, and individuals with Alzheimer's disease. She had a job offer waiting for her at a major architecture and design firm in Arizona. She did everything right. She filed every document on time, yet she still cannot begin her work because her case remains stuck in administrative limbo created by the Trump administration. I heard from a PhD researcher working on artificial intelligence for power grid reliability, crucial in my state. His research was recognized in the Department of Energy's competition, and yet, despite receiving job opportunities from American employers, he cannot legally begin contributing those skills. I heard from a biomedical researcher working on brain cancer drug development at Barrow Neurological Institute in Phoenix. Her work has already contributed to projects that advance into human clinical trials in Arizona. She came to the United States to help sick people and advance science. Instead, she now faces the possibility of being forced to leave this country just as she nears completion of her doctorate. And I heard from an Iranian PhD student in public health whose husband waited nearly 2 years in administrative processing for a dependent visa only to be ultimately denied after chaotic Trump policies prevented him from getting the visa he was promised. After 10 years of marriage, they are now separated indefinitely. These individuals are not asking for special treatment. They are asking for their lawful applications to be processed fairly, and they are asking not to be punished because of where they were born. These students and researchers are conducting NIH-funded cancer research, developing biomedical technologies, strengthening artificial intelligence systems, improving public health, advancing clean energy reliability, and helping American universities and employers remain globally competitive. The United States spent taxpayer dollars on training many of these individuals. American universities recruited them. Federal grants supported their research, and American hospitals and companies have offered them jobs. And now, after years of education and contribution, we are telling them they may not be allowed to continue their work and could be forced to return to Iran amid a dire human rights crisis worsened by ongoing hostilities and increased repression by the Islamic Republic. Many Iranians residing in the United States have participated in anti-Islamic Republic regime and pro-democracy demonstrations in recent years, putting them at greater risk of persecution in Iran. My bill grants temporary protected status and work authorization to eligible Iranian nationals legally present in the United States while their immigration matters remain pending. Importantly, this legislation includes safeguards to ensure that individuals connected to the Islamic Republic are not eligible for relief. It's targeted relief for ordinary civilians, students, researchers, scientists, families, and professionals who have complied with the law and built lives in our communities. As the first Iranian-American Democrat elected to Congress, I know personally how deeply these stories resonate across our communities, but this issue is larger than any one community. It's about whether America remains a country that rewards talent, values fairness, supports scientific innovation, and honors due process. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support the Iranian Temporary Immigration Relief Act, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Mr. McKenzie, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Bruce N. Borger of Palmerton, Pennsylvania, who passed away on May 23, 2026, at the age of 77. Bruce was a proud Vietnam veteran who served in the United States Army from 1967 to 1970. Like many Vietnam veterans, he continued to face health challenges related to his service long after returning home, a reminder of the sacrifices our veterans make both on and off the battlefield. Following his military service, Bruce worked as a mechanic for Palmerton Borough for 35 years, serving his community with the same dedication and work ethic that defined his life. Above all, Bruce loved his family. He was a devoted husband to his wife, Catherine, a loving father, grandfather, and great-grandfather who treasured every moment with those he loved. On behalf of the Lehigh Valley and Poconos, I extend my deepest condolences to the Borger family and all who knew him. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the lives and service of 2 dedicated members of Lookout Fire Company Number 1 in Penargil, Pennsylvania. Dave Falcone and Alfred Al Hendershot, who our community lost in April and May of this year, respectively. These two men from different generations shared a common commitment to serving their neighbors and strengthening their community through decades of volunteer service. Dave Falcone served Lookout Fire Company No. 1 for nearly a quarter century, most recently as Assistant Chief Engineer. He held numerous leadership roles during his time with the company and was known for his dedication, reliability, and willingness to serve whenever called upon. Al Hendershot was a proud veteran of the United States Air Force who served our nation during the Vietnam War before continuing a lifetime of service at home. As a longtime member of Lookout Fire Company, he devoted countless hours to protecting and supporting the Penargil community. I extend my deepest condolences to their families, friends, fellow firefighters, and all those whose lives were touched by these individuals. May we honor their memories by remembering their example of service, sacrifice, and community that they leave behind. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and service of Richard F. Kern, also known as Kearney, of East Bangor. For nearly 6 decades, Kearney answered the call to service in his community. He was a 59-year member of East Bangor Volunteer Fire Company, where he served as chief and helped protect generations of family throughout the region. Throughout his life, he embodied the values that make volunteer first responders so vital to our communities across the country: duty, sacrifice, leadership, and a willingness to put others before himself. On behalf of the Lehigh Valley and the Poconos, I extend my deepest condolences to Kearney's family, friends, fellow firefighters, and all those whose lives were touched by his extraordinary service. His legacy will live on through the organization he helped build, the people he mentored, and the community that he faithfully served for nearly 60 years. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the historic milestone of the Diocese of Allentown and the communities it serves throughout the Lehigh Valley. This past weekend, 6 men were ordained to the priesthood in the Diocese of Allentown, marking the largest ordination class in the diocese in 4 decades. Several of those ordained have deep ties to the Lehigh Valley, including Dominic Civitella of Easton, Tyler Davis of Coopersburg, Tyler Locke of Ironton, and Hai James Ji Ung No, who served communities in Northampton during his formation. Priests, pastors, and other faith leaders are essential leaders in our communities. They provide spiritual guidance, support families, and care for those in need, and bring people together in service to their neighbors. As these men begin their ministries, I congratulate them, their families, and the Diocese of Allentown on this historic occasion and wish them all the best in the years ahead. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Mullen, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Americans are fed up with this government. They're fed up with money and politics, and they're fed up with not knowing who they can trust. Corporations and billionaires are spending more than ever in an effort to influence our elections. And we're seeing more and more campaigns paying social media influencers to promote their candidates. But voters deserve to know who is getting paid. They deserve to know where corporations are spending their money and which billionaires are buying elections and how. And when someone sees a video or endorsement, they should know whether it's actually an advertisement and who is paying for it. In recent years, we are seeing social media influencers with hundreds of thousands and sometimes even millions of followers promoting campaigns and candidates. Now, everyone has a right to their opinions, but if they're being paid to create this content and promote a candidate, then they should be disclosing it to their viewers. A semi-famous influencer with even a modest following can have an enormous impact on a close election that is decided in some cases by a few thousand votes. And a social media personality with a large following can drive a campaign narrative sometimes more effectively than TV, radio, or any other media. They can do it all without ever disclosing their connection to the campaign or candidate they are supporting, or even if they are being paid by the campaign itself. This is wrong. Voters deserve to have basic information about the conflicts of interest, incentives, and who is paying for political ads. And social media influencers must be required to disclose their paid affiliations with a candidate or campaign. In the California State Assembly, where I served as Speaker Pro Tem, I was proud to author the first in the nation Disclose Act to require candidates, campaigns, and super PACs to publicly disclose their largest donors in political ads. That is now law in the largest state in the land. Now in Congress, I am working on ways to address this now and for future elections. Congress has tools to ensure transparency in our elections, who is paying for what and who is getting paid. Transparency is the very least we can do to safeguard our elections. We can and must do better. With that, I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman yields back. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Eternal Lord, satisfy our deepest desires with your love. Quench our thirst for understanding with your wisdom. For you alone can provide for our need for discernment. Only you can appease our appetite for truth. Help us to see how futile it is to think that we can be contented with wealth, power, and position. Help us to understand the vanity of clinging to today's worries and pursuing fleeting successes. Turn our eyes from the pursuit of vainglory and fix them upon your glory, the glory of your eternity. In our time, in this place, may we instead pursue a lifelong response of obedience to your guidance and direction. On this day, in every moment, may we instead follow in faith your perfect will. For in you alone do we find all that we seek. In your sovereign name we pray. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson.
Everyone, including the guests in the gallery, are invited to participate.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With the blatant complicity by Democrats, America had open border policies, millions of illegal aliens crossing, human trafficking of children, and fentanyl trafficking killing tens of thousands of young Americans. House Republicans are funding law enforcement to secure the border. Yesterday, Republicans passed the Secure America Act, funding immigration, customs enforcement, and U.S. Customs. Key components: Border Patrol agents, surveillance technology, child exploitation investigators. Under the leadership of President Donald Trump, Border Patrol has released 0 illegal aliens this year, using current laws, not needing immigration reform. Yesterday, in the South Carolina Republican primary, I'm grateful my son, Alan Wilson, the longest-serving Attorney General in America, has achieved the runoff on June 23rd to serve the people of South Carolina. In conclusion, God bless our troops, as Donald Trump is reinstituting peace through strength, revealing war criminal Putin lies, insulting Trump and mocking Trump, as war criminal Putin provides targeting information to Iran to murder Americans. South Carolina mourns the passing yesterday of Butch Wallace, who will always be cherished as a civic leader and American patriot. I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Speak for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today in recognition of Pride Month and to honor Radiant Health Centers, an Irvine-based nonprofit that's been serving Orange County's LGBTQ+ community, underserved residents, and people living with or affected by HIV for nearly 4 decades. Founded in 1985 as AIDS Services Foundation, Orange County, Radiant began as a volunteer-led response to the HIV/AIDS crisis, providing dignity and support at a time when too many people were being denied the care they deserved. Today, Radiant is the largest and most comprehensive nonprofit HIV service provider in Orange County, touching thousands of lives. Radiant began as an act of courage. The founding volunteers stood up for the most vulnerable and devastating stigmatization, which saved lives. This Pride Month, I hope their courage will inspire us all. Amid rising hate and discrimination, let us recommit ourselves to defending dignity and equality for all. I'm proud to recognize Radiant Health Center for their life-saving work and their deep commitment to the people of Orange County. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize Patriot Industries of Louisa County, Virginia, for being named the Small Business Administration's Virginia Manufacturer of the Year. Founded in 2010 by Tom and Sarah Click and a modest 1,000 square foot facility, Patriot Industries has grown into a leading manufacturer of electrical infrastructure products, operating 3 U.S.-based facilities and employing nearly 100 Americans. Their conduct fittings other critical components help support construction, energy systems, and infrastructure projects across the country. Through continuous investment in manufacturing, innovation, and workforce development, Patriot has strengthened domestic supply chains while creating jobs in Virginia. I congratulate Tom, Sarah, and the entire Patriot team on this well-deserved recognition and thank them for representing the very best of American manufacturing. And with that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. UFOs, the Gulf of America, water pressure in your shower, shrimp farms, pardoning insurrectionist rioters and providing a way for them to be paid for their behavior, the blue watercolor of the reflecting pool on the mall, building an MMA stadium on the lawn of the White House, and a big, beautiful ballroom, too, that America doesn't need. These aren't topics of bizarre nightmares. They're some of the things that the White House and the congressional majority has prioritized the past 18 months. What should we be doing? Ending a war of choice that triggered its skyrocketing gas prices, eliminating unnecessary tariffs that increased the cost of groceries and consumer products. This morning news told us that inflation rose to 4.2%, the highest level in 3 years. Way more important than the name on the Kennedy Center or building a triumphal arch. This Congress is the least productive Congress ever, having passed an anemic number of laws, mostly messaging bills, to rally the majority's MAGA base. For those feeling the unbearable pressure on their paychecks because of rising costs on everyday necessities, help is on the way in 146 days, just less than 21 weeks. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today on behalf of all those impacted by last year's devastating tornado. People deserve a recovery process that is prompt, transparent, and responsive to their community's actual needs. However, time and time again, President Trump and his administration have failed to meet those needs. And sadly, those impacted by last year's tornado have joined a long line of communities around the country pleading with this administration to do its fair share in their recovery process. This is unacceptable, which is why yesterday I introduced my CDBG, DR, or AAA legislation, the first in a series of bills to reform and overhaul the disaster relief system in this country. This bill helps ensure recovery gaps are identified early and continuously assessed after a major disaster declaration is declared by the President. This will help communities access the resources needed to rebuild stronger and faster. We can and we must do better for those who need us most, and I remain committed to fighting on their behalf in Congress. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1345, I call up the bill H.R. 8312, the Fraud Prevention and Accountability Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 596, H.R. 8312, a bill to establish fraud prevention and program integrity functions and data sharing authorities within the Department of Treasury and a permanent government-wide Inspector General for fraud, accountability, and recovery, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the House Resolution 1345, the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform, printed in the bill, is adopted, and the bill as amended is considered read. The bill as amended shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform or their respective designees. The gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, and the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Walkinshaw, will each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the measure under consideration.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Fraud Prevention and Accountability Act dramatically enhances how agencies prevent fraud, especially during any future national emergency. It also ensures the government-wide data analytic resources established initially to investigate pandemic-era fraud are permanently preserved. Experienced fraudsters understand that when the government responds to a crisis, agencies often let their guard down. Serious failures were exposed during the COVID-19 pandemic, especially for the newly established or rapidly expanded financial assistance and benefits programs. Agencies did not build effective fraud protections into their programs, nor implement them until the funds were already lost to fraud. Although the true extent of the fraud through pandemic relief efforts will never be determined, GAO estimates that hundreds of billions of dollars were potentially lost to fraud. The federal government also lacked a centralized resource for data and advanced analysis that could have quickly identified fraudulent activities. The Pandemic Response Accountability Committee, or PRAC, built a data analytics capability on the fly as pandemic relief funds were already being expended by agencies. American taxpayers have been hurt by the lack of swift investigative action and delays in implementing fraud prevention processes. H.R. 8312 was drafted based on years of diligent oversight work under the leadership of Government Operations Subcommittee Chairman Pete Sessions from Texas, who is the sponsor of this bill. His legislation ensures there's a permanent government-wide anti-fraud analytics function to assist agency inspectors general with their fraud work. It ensures a permanent Inspector General Office for Fraud, Accountability, and Recovery, utilizing the valuable proven resources built by the PRAC over recent years. This eliminates the need to start from scratch the inevitable event of a new national emergency. The bill also includes provisions to ensure appropriate coordination with the government-wide program integrity and improper payment tools maintained by the U.S. Treasury's Bureau of the Fiscal Service, providing Treasury the authority to develop a government-wide data analytics support platform for federal agencies and state-administered federally funded programs to voluntarily participate in. This bill is the culmination of years of this committee's work to understand how agencies can improve their operations to protect hard-earned taxpayer money from fraudsters. I encourage my colleagues to support H.R. 8312, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself 5 minutes.
The gentleman's recognized.
I'm opposed to the Fraud Prevention and Accountability Act. As the chairman said, since its creation, the PRAC has clawed back millions of dollars in pandemic fraud, and it stands as an exemplar of what smart oversight can do with strong bipartisan support. It works. And I support making it permanent, as do my Democratic colleagues on the Oversight Committee. That's why we supported the extension of the PRAC's authorization to 2034 last year. Thanks to that bipartisan work, the PRAC is in no danger of disappearing in the near future. The danger this bill presents, however, is far-reaching, and it's a continuation of President Trump's war on the Inspector General community. Right now, today, the PRAC is housed in the Council of the Inspectors General for Integrity and Efficiency, or CIGE, which was created by Congress to provide a way for the IG community to coordinate, share resources, set audit and investigative standards, learn from one another, and most importantly, ensure accountability within the AG community itself. The danger this bill presents is a continued weakening of that IG community. And it's clear that President Trump and his administration are afraid of SIGI because one of its functions, its core functions, is to investigate inspectors general who are accused of wrongdoing, a function that disrupts his administration's efforts over the last year and a half to illegally fire independent IGs and replace them with political allies who his administration hopes will cover up the waste, fraud, and abuse perpetrated by his own administration. To this end, he illegally withheld SIGI's congressionally provided funding last fall, and all of us Democrats and Republicans should be outraged by that because we appropriated that funding. It caused SIGI to abruptly stop functioning. The websites housing thousands of audit reports went offline. Investigators and law enforcement officers across the IG community were left without access to essential training. That fraud prevention work came to a halt. Taking the PRAC out of SIGI and moving it to a third new Treasury IG is another attempt to weaken the case for funding SIGI and to further dismantle what remains of a community already very severely weakened by the Trump administration's efforts to purge independent IGs and replace them with political cronies. Renewed cuts to SIGI's funding would result in a massive loss of capacity for the IG community and less waste, fraud, and abuse identified. Worse, the bill's expansion of the do not pay system could threaten the privacy of millions of Americans given this administration's really poor track record on information privacy. That's why I filed an amendment to the bill that would walk back the changes proposed and would instead simply make the successful functions of the PRAC permanent within SIGI. It ain't broke, we don't need to fix it. But the majority would not allow that amendment to move forward. This is another example of congressional Republicans lining up to support the administration's unrelenting attack on the IG community that started with the illegal mass firings in his first month in office in 2025. Since then, many IG positions have been left vacant, and they've installed overtly partisan appointees and others. That government-wide overhaul has created a culture of fear where IGs are fearful to come forward when they identify waste, fraud, and abuse. Independent oversight has been blocked, and I fear that this bill would give the Trump administration another way to pull the rug out from inspectors general, and I urge my colleagues to oppose it. With that, Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You will not hear anything more rich in this body today than listening to a Democrat who did absolutely nothing about fraud for the last 4 years talk about why we should oppose a very good measure to prevent and oppose fraud. Having said that, Madam Speaker, I yield 7 minutes to the sponsor of this good legislation, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Sessions.
The gentleman's recognized for 7 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker, and I want to thank the distinguished gentleman, the chairman of the Government Reform and Oversight Committee, Mr. Comer. Mr. Comer has begun telling the story about H.R. 8312, Fraud Prevention and Accountability Act, which we today will discuss. But I think it's important that we probably tell a story because this has two tales, but one truth to it. And that is the bottom line is that our friends, if they oppose this today, it is because they're embarrassed. They're embarrassed about the legislation that they passed, the operation of the Biden administration in their out of Treasury and their insistence that we continue allowing unaided opportunity for fraudsters to come and take advantage of the government. So I thank the distinguished gentleman who has encouraged me from the very beginning as chairman of the committee, myself as chairman of government oversight, have worked completely on a bipartisan methodology since I've become chairman with the Democrats, holding hearings, understanding not only the problems, but the potential answers. And the answers that we have come up with completely would sustain themselves under any opportunity for people to look. And the bottom line is that the excuses that are being offered today come from someone that probably does not know many IGs, has probably never spoken to those about some fear that he believes exists. So, Mr. Speaker, since 2003, the Government Accounting Office estimated that the federal government has improperly paid about $3 trillion. That means $3 trillion that was intended for a purpose, probably a very good purpose, has gone to people that have taken that money for a different reason, and that means it's an unintended payment. During the 4 years of President Biden, the government lost between $230 and $520 billion each year. And while it's easy to say that the predominance of this occurred, really what the president was dealing with was working through issues related to COVID. And I need to understand that I do know that this is a fact. But what happened is the federal government made sure that federal government workers were given opportunities to not come to work. They call it telework, but the bottom line is they were not there to challenge people who were trying to take advantage of the government, knowing that between $230 and $500 billion was being fleeced from the federal government every year. We know this because the Pandemic Response Accountability Committee, known as the PRAC, investigated these payments as they went out the door. They didn't just go out the door, they flew out the door. The PRAC was established by the CARES Act of 2020 to oversee the $2.2 trillion in pandemic spending. In other words, they added fuel to the fire, $2.2 trillion, knowing they had a problem without an answer. So the Democrats' answer at that time, and still is today, just let the money go. Just let it go. Because we don't like the way Donald Trump and Republicans are attempting to hold these fraudsters accountable. The problem is that the CARES Act of 2020 prioritized immediate spending of $2.2 trillion and left the PRAC to figure out why we were losing so much money, who it was. Madam Speaker, it is hard to watch $2.2 trillion go out the door knowing that roughly 25% of it will never be found or recovered. In fairness to the Biden administration, they did recognize the need for an organization that would begin looking at this issue. Today, we take that beyond looking. The Biden administration failed to quickly set up the PRAC and to stop the fraud. Instead, they prioritized payments and ignored the need to learn who was getting these payments, to establish an organization that would know more about what was happening on their watch. The federal government got payment receipt information on how these recipients requested their money. They had the whole story in front of them. So, we know that the PRAC, however, is now the answer. And they have been the answer. Since the creation of the PRAC has assisted law enforcement and agency inspector generals and partners across 1,200 pandemic-related investigations with a potential fraud loss of $2.5 billion. Today, I'm here to tell you after 6 hearings conducted by the Subcommittee on Oversight and Government Operations, it's clear that we have a huge number of people defrauding the government, and the PRAC has lots of data and information. The PRAC has some 1,700,000,000 pieces of data, names, addresses, emails, cohorts who assisted with that, and other data and information that was gleaned through the process. This bill today, H.R. 8312, the Fraud Prevention and Accountability Act, will make sure that the PRAC can not only continue permanently, which my friends, the Democrats, say that they're not against, It will also allow a placement of a permanent home to alleviate the questions that had come up earlier, and that was who is doing the work. It has been decided that the U.S. Treasury, Financial Services, Financial and Integrity Services will handle this. They are professionals. They are law enforcement, and they have an eye to fraud. So, finally, this bill makes sure that we're never left without proper oversight of funds. We will make sure that no matter the problems that face this nation, we will be prepared. So, this 1,700,000,000 data points that exists, Mr. Chairman, I would ask for an additional 3 minutes.
The gentleman's recognized.
So we are here on the floor today with this opportunity to come up with what started as and still should be a bipartisan agreement. Instead of sending the money out and then chasing it, we are going to run every bit of this data and information through the PRAC of existing people who receive benefits today. We are going to know that just the word alone of fraud is enough not to stop a payment, but to do an investigation. And it will be done by law enforcement professionals who understand not only authority and responsibility, but they understand the taxpayers' needs. So, Madam Speaker, I want to thank you for allowing this bill to come today. I want to thank the distinguished gentleman, chairman of our committee, and I want you to know this bipartisan bill that started that way still has a chance to end that way. I yield back my time.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. The gentleman from Kentucky said that I had done nothing about fraud for the last 4 years here. And I know the gentleman from Kentucky knows that I have not been a member of this House for 4 years because he reminds me often. But I did spend the last 5 years serving in local government for a county government that was repeatedly named the best managed county in the United States of America. And one of the reasons for that is we had independent auditors, the analog to IGs, and when they brought forward information that might have been inconvenient for us, that there was perhaps waste, fraud, or abuse taking place within the government, we didn't fire them. We listened to that information and acted on it. And the Trump administration could learn a little bit from that. And I come to this floor often, and one can be forgiven if you come to the conclusion that Joe Biden is president of the United States right now. Because my friends on the other side, every sentence is subject, verb, Joe Biden. Subject, verb, Joe Biden. Joe Biden this, Joe Biden that. Joe Biden is on the beach in Delaware. Donald J. Trump is president of the United States. And he is responsible for the fraud, the corruption, the abuse taking place in this administration. The $400 million jet gift of a foreign government. The digital schemes. Reported recently, the Trump family profited $500 million, while investors, I use that term loosely, in those schemes lost out, every one of our constituents. The no-bid contracts awarded to close political allies of former DHS Secretary Kristi Noem. The credible allegations that Corey Lewandowski had to be paid off before contracts could be awarded at DHS. Corruption, fraud, abuse. And we hear nothing from the majority about it in this chamber or on the Oversight Committee. And with respect to the PRAC, and I believe that the gentleman from Texas is sincere in his view that this bill would be an improvement. I want to share again my concerns. And we agree that the PRAC works. It's one thing maybe we agree on today. Why does it work? Why has it worked better than other tools that we have? I'll give you three reasons. One, the PRAC has multi-agency ownership. Because it's housed at SIGI, it can bring together the judgment of IGs across the government, all of the IGs. SIGI is uniquely positioned to allow for all of those perspectives to be brought to bear on the PRAC's work. Second, it has institutional independence. It is independent of the White House, independent of any agency or department, which allows it to speak truth in a way that right now other IGs don't feel they can do. And third, it's separate from the payment system. It's separate from the payment system. So it can look from above and outside on what's taking place in the payment system to help prevent fraud. This bill would put the IG overseeing the payment infrastructure inside the very agency that runs that payment infrastructure. I think that weakens it. I respect that the gentleman from Texas believes that strengthens it. I think the record is clear. If we agree that it works, why do we want to risk disrupting it? I'll reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Colorado, Ms. Boebert.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 8312, the Fraud Prevention and Accountability Act. The American people expect their government to be a responsible steward of taxpayer dollars. Yet every year, the federal government loses hundreds of billions of dollars to fraud, waste, and abuse of our hard-earned money. While the federal government provides families, workers, and businesses with the support they needed, several COVID-era spending programs exposed serious weaknesses in our ability to prevent fraud. And once those dollars were lost, it has proven to be nearly impossible to recover them. This bill shifts the federal government from a reactive stand to a proactive one. Instead of focusing primarily on recovering funds after they have been stolen, it prioritizes preventing fraud before taxpayer dollars are ever stolen. Through better coordination, stronger oversight, and improved safeguards, this bill helps ensure federal programs are protected from abuse. At a time when our nation is almost $40 trillion in debt, every dollar matters. The American people work far too hard, sacrifice far too much, and wait far too long for their paychecks to watch them be sacrificed to bureaucratic incompetence. I urge my colleague to support this bill, and I yield back.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no additional speakers. I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky.
I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I said, this bill would undercut independent inspectors general, which are one of the most powerful tools we have to combat waste, fraud, and abuse. I highlighted the 3 ways in which I fear it would break a program, the PRAC, that is not broken. We agree, both sides, that the PRAC is working. Why we would want to disrupt it, I don't comprehend. I struggle to comprehend. I think this bill would be a mistake, and I fear that it would advance the Trump administration's efforts to further undermine and weaken our independent inspectors general, our key tools to combat waste, fraud, and abuse. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's estimated that if the Pandemic Response Accountability Committee were established prior to the pandemic, as much as $79 billion in fraudulent payments could have been prevented on the front end. The nation cannot afford to lose such a valuable resource. That's why I call on each of my colleagues to support H.R. 8312 to ensure that these anti-fraud capabilities are permanently available to federal agencies and in preparation for any future national emergency. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1345, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to establish fraud prevention and program integrity functions and data sharing authorities within the Department of Treasury and a permanent government-wide inspector general for fraud, accountability, and recovery and for other purposes.
The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Speaker, request the yeas and nays.
For what purpose is the gentleman for Virginia choose to be recognized?
Request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote of the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Okay. Purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1345, I call up the bill H.R. 8464, Stopping Fraudulent Payments Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 597, H.R. 8464, a bill to amend Title 31 United States Code to authorize pausing and segmenting payments and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1345, the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform, printed in the bill, is adopted, and the bill as amended is considered read. The bill as amended shall be debated for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform or their respective designees. The gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, and the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Wilkinshaw, will each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the measure under consideration.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We are facing a national emergency of fraud in federal programs that is impacting every American. According to the Government Accountability Office, the federal government is estimated to lose between $233 and $521 billion annually to fraud across all federal programs and operations. Earlier this week, we exposed how criminals stole $9 billion in Minnesota's social services programs, while senior state officials, including Governor Walz and Attorney General Keith Ellison, did absolutely nothing to stop it. This is just the tip of the iceberg. Whether in Minnesota, California's hospice system, or Medicaid waiver programs in Ohio or New York, one thing is clear. Fraudsters will keep stealing taxpayer dollars until they are stopped. Taxpayers bear the burden, while vulnerable Americans, the very people these programs are meant to help, are harmed. The Trump administration has taken decisive action to combat fraud, waste, and abuse by establishing the White House Task Force to eliminate fraud. Just this week, Vice President Vance referred our findings on Minnesota's rampant fraud to the Department of Justice for investigation. Congress must take further action to stop fraud before it happens. The Stopping Fraudulent Payments Act adds critical safeguards to ensure federal payments go to the right recipient in the right amount before funds are awarded or dispersed. Federal law currently lacks a government-wide requirement to verify payments and prevent fraud across federal financial assistance and public benefits programs. Even when payments show elevated fraud risks, the Treasury Department cannot stop them. It is required to process the payments agencies request. Under current law, agencies can issue payments despite flags received from Treasury's Do Not Pay system or other tools that might indicate an elevated risk of fraud. H.R. 8464 addresses the status quo by requiring agencies to conduct fraud prevention activities prior to issuing payment requests. The bill gives Treasury the authority to halt and return payments flagged for fraud risk so agencies can review and correct them before issued. Agencies would be required to quickly review and resolve payments flagged for elevated risk of fraud unless otherwise mandated by law. This provides additional assurance to the American taxpayer that money is being paid to the right recipient and for the right amount while preserving the ownership of a program's administration within the appropriate federal agency as authorized by law. This bill also helps agencies and the American public understand when a legitimate recipient's identity is being stolen and used for fraudulent activities by criminals. Lastly, to help Congress oversee progress made in addressing payments with elevated fraud risk, Treasury will summarize the number of return payments, corrective outcomes, and associated cost savings achieved under the requirements of this bill. This ensures Congress has regular oversight of these reforms. The common sense reforms outlined in this bill will protect taxpayer dollars from being stolen by fraudsters while maintaining the integrity of federal programs. I call on each of my House colleagues to support H.R. 8464 to protect taxpayer dollars from falling into the hands of criminals and fraudsters. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself 5 minutes.
Without objection.
Fighting and preventing fraud should be a bipartisan issue. And preventing the misuse of government funds should be a priority shared by Democrats and Republicans alike. When fraudsters successfully target government dollars, they steal from taxpayers, deprive our most vulnerable neighbors of life-saving services, and undermine the public's trust in government. We know that it's difficult to fight fraud, and certainly difficult, if not impossible, to claw back payments after they've been delivered to a fraudster. And there is no doubt the federal government must do more to address this problem. That's why Oversight Committee Democrats have supported numerous anti-fraud measures, including the Prepayment Fraud Prevention and Treasury Data Access Act, which seeks to add additional payment verification before checks are sent out the door. And Oversight Committee Democrats and our Democratic colleagues across the House will continue to fight waste, fraud, and abuse in the federal government. However, the bill before us is flawed and does not constitute a good faith effort to detect and prevent fraud. H.R. 8464, the Stopping Fraudulent Payments Act, would give the Trump administration a blank check to cut off entitlements and grants to any entity it disfavors or individual with few guardrails. It would allow the Treasury Department to significantly delay funding if it decides there is, quote, sufficient reason that a payment carries a, quote, elevated risk of fraud. This very broad, loosely defined authority could easily be used to target funding to state and local governments, university research grants, transportation funding, Pell grants, NIH grants, even FEMA assistance. And look, due to this administration's policies and this Congress's policies, Americans are struggling to put food on the table, gas in the tank, and to access the health care they need. For millions of families, federal assistance, health care, food assistance, Social Security is the only thing standing between them and financial ruin. This bill threatens to pull that lifeline away by burying legitimate payments in vague criteria, red tape, and bureaucratic delays. While we're all serious about stopping fraud, I hope, we can't turn a blind eye to the political interference and weaponization carried out by this administration. Just last month, it suspended $1.3 billion in Medicaid payments to California, which will harm nearly 1 million elderly and disabled residents. Last December, it threatened to withhold SNAP benefits from Colorado and Minnesota. In January, the Department of Health and Human Services froze $10 billion in funding for essential needs across 5 states, led by Democratic governors. Meanwhile, not one state led by Republicans has been targeted. Not one. The bill's stated intent is to stop improper payments, which we all agree is important. That's why House Democrats supported the Prepayment Fraud Prevention and Treasury Data Access Act earlier this week, a bipartisan bill to ensure we check that do not pay list and catch improper payments before they go out the door. But the bill we're considering here includes none of those safeguards and will endanger millions of Americans who rely on critical programs for health care, food, and rent. The American people want programs that work, not unnecessary red tape, delayed payments, and more dysfunction. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Madam Speaker, let me translate that 5 minutes of gibberish from my colleague. They don't care about fraud. And when you do find fraud, like we found in Minnesota and California, they don't want to cut off the money. They want the money to keep going so the fraudsters can stay in business. That's why we have to support this bill. And Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlelady from Colorado, Ms. Boebert.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I strongly support H.R. 8464, the Stopping Fraudulent Payments Act. This legislation is common sense, taxpayer-first bill that finally puts an end to the reckless pay and chase scam that has drained billions from hardworking American families. For too long, the Washington bureaucracy has operated like an open checkbook for fraudsters. They cut the checks first, ask the questions later, while American taxpayers foot the bill for waste, abuse, and outright theft. We've seen it in state-administered social services where millions vanished into pockets of criminals. Enough is enough. H.R. 8464 empowers federal agencies and the Department of Treasury to pause, condition, or segment suspicious payments before the money flies out the door. It uses objective fraud risk indicators from the Do Not Pay system and requires any action to be narrow, temporary, and focused solely on verifying eligibility. No more blank checks. No more playing defense after fraud has already happened. I believe in fiscal responsibility, government accountability, and protecting every hard-earned dollar from the American people. This bill delivers exactly that. It shifts the focus from recovery to prevention, saving billions and ensuring benefits go to eligible Americans, not scammers and fraud rings. I urge my colleagues to stand with taxpayers, stand against waste and fraud, and vote yes on H.R. 8464. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Bell.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, no one in this chamber disputes that improper and fraudulent payments are a serious problem. But the question before us is not whether to fight fraud, it is how we fight fraud. And if this bill actually does that, and I'll give you a hint, it does not. The Stopping Fraudulent Payments Act allows agency officials to block payments whenever they have sufficient reason to believe there's an elevated risk of fraud. This bill sets the standard so low that any administration can use it to cut off legitimate recipients before a single fact is even proven. As a former prosecutor and public defender in St. Louis, I know firsthand what fraud accountability looks like, and it starts with evidence, not suspicion. This bill would allow any administration to stop payments for programs it opposes or in states it disfavors using fraud as a pretext, allowing Trump to target states that disagree with him. The people who would bear the brunt in payment pauses are the ones who cannot absorb it. These are patients on Medicaid, our seniors on Social Security, working families relying on SNAP, some of the most marginalized of our brothers and sisters, of our American brothers and sisters. We can fight fraud without handing this administration a blank check to weaponize federal payments. I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill. I yield back the balance of my time.
Madam Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Virginia.
Madam Speaker, yield myself 2 minutes. I did just want to address the gentleman from Kentucky, describe my statement as gibberish, and perhaps to him the details of the programs and the legislation are gibberish, but it's not to me. And I wonder if the gentleman knows how often the do not pay list produces a false positive. In other words, how often the do not pay list says someone shouldn't get paid when actually they're perfectly legitimate. Happy to yield the gentleman 30 seconds.
I know that only 4% of government agencies are utilizing the do not pay list, which makes absolutely no sense.
Reclaiming my time. I'll just give one agency, Social Security, an agency that's been under assault by this administration. It's estimated that 10,000 times a year, Social Security falsely declares somebody dead. Imagine that. Wake up one morning and your own government says you're dead. It happens oftentimes because states send bad information to Social Security Administration. Time after time after time, the IG has recommended that Social Security and this body make improvements in that process. They've requested additional funding that this majority has denied that would improve that process and prevent some of those false positives. But this bill would make a terrible situation for someone falsely declared by their government to be dead even worse. Because if the government says you're dead, you don't get your Social Security checks. And this bill would make an already impossible process where someone has to go and call Social Security, get into an office, try to get an appointment, an agency that's been decimated by DOGE. I know my constituents tell me every day they call Social Security offices, can't get anyone to answer the phone because folks have been fired and pushed out. This bill would further delay at least 10,000 Americans falsely declared dead each year from getting their Social Security checks. That's just one of the problems.
The gentleman's
IRS,
yielded time has expired.
I yield myself one additional minute.
The gentleman's recognized.
The IRS, 52% of the time when they say a return is fraudulent, they get it wrong. A lot of false positives on the do not pay list. And this bill, A, does nothing to address that situation to ensure the do not pay list is actually getting the fraudsters, not the law-abiding Americans who deserve their Social Security checks. And it would make it a lot harder for all of them, all of our constituents, to get the money they deserve when the government makes a mistake. With that, I'll reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Virginia or Kentucky is recognized.
Madam Speaker, the gentleman eloquently described the Democrat in Washington's solution to every problem, whether it's fraud prevention or whatever. It's to hire more government employees and create a bigger government bureaucracy. This bill that we are debating today keeps the decision of whether or not to hold a payment with the agency. The agency ultimately interprets the results of do not pay. I reserve.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. McGarvey.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition to H.R. 8464. This bill lets the president take away money from anything or anyone he doesn't like, as long as he thinks it is merely at risk for fraud. We've seen what he thinks is fraud. Last year, Donald Trump froze $9 million intended for Serve Kentucky, money that Congress set aside for housing, hunger relief, education, and disaster recovery in the Commonwealth of Kentucky. The White House called that money waste and fraud. I've seen Serve Kentucky's work firsthand. President Trump might not like a program that brings food to seniors or new books to kids, but that doesn't make it fraud. We know this president uses his power to punish those he does not like. He's done it before. He'll do it again. But I agree with my Republican colleagues. No one wants waste or fraud from our taxpayer dollars. Congress must take a hard look at waste and fraud in our government. So let's start with Donald Trump's ballroom. The president destroyed the White House and then said, let me build a gaudy billion-dollar ballroom that looks like it should hold slot machines, not state dinners. He's been soliciting donations left and right from billionaires, tech and tobacco companies, defense contractors, and dozens more individuals and companies who do business with and profit from the federal government and your tax dollars. The American people, all of us, deserve to know who is paying and how much for access to President Trump. For this reason, at the appropriate time, I will offer a motion to recommit this bill back to committee. If the House rules permitted, I would have offered an amendment, offered the motion with an important amendment to this bill. My amendment would prevent this bill from taking effect until the White House provides a list of every person who has donated to the White House ballroom. I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record the text of this amendment. I hope my colleagues will join me in voting for the motion to recommit, and I yield back.
Without objection, the gentleman yields back.
Madam Speaker, I have no additional speakers prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves.
Madam Speaker, I have no further speakers and prepared to close.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I've said today, preventing fraud should be a priority for all of us. But this bill gives the Department of Treasury far too much authority, arbitrary authority, to prevent critical federal assistance from reaching Americans in need in a timely manner. I'd be happy to work with colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support legislation like the 8 suspension bills we considered earlier this week to combat fraud, but this bill misses the mark. I urge my colleagues to oppose the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to emphasize that these bills we have debated today, H.R. 8312 and H.R. 8464, should be considered in the broader context of the committee's legislative work on fraud prevention and financial integrity reforms. This week, the House has also advanced 8 bipartisan fraud and program integrity reform bills that we originally passed out of the Oversight Committee that will safeguard taxpayer dollars from fraudsters and cheats. Collectively, with the bills advanced in the House this week, the Oversight Committee is preventing fraudulent payments from going out the door, equipping the federal workforce to fight fraud, protecting taxpayer dollars during national emergencies, reforming agency financial leadership roles to improve agency financial performance, and launching sweeping oversight work at the Government Accountability Office over state administration of federally funded programs. These government-wide fraud prevention reforms are long overdue. They will safeguard our constituents' tax dollars and ensure federal programs deliver for citizens who need them the most, as Congress intended. We must continue to advance bold reforms that meaningfully address fraud, and I'm proud to say these bills brought before the House this week by the Oversight Committee take a meaningful step towards better stewardship of taxpayer dollars by protecting them from fraud. I urge each of my House colleagues to join us in supporting H.R. 8464 as we work to protect the hard-earned tax dollars of the American people. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. All time for the debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1345, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The third reading.
A bill to amend Title 31 United States Code to authorize pausing and segmenting payments and for other purposes.
What purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
Okay. The clerk will report the motion.
Mr. McGarvey of Kentucky moves to recommit the bill H.R. 8464 to the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform.
Pursuant to the Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to.
I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote of the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the Chair. Okay.
The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir. I have the honor to transmit herewith a copy of a letter received from Ms. Jana M. Lean, Chief Elections Division, California Secretary of State, indicating that according to the unofficial results for the special primary election held on June 2, 2026, the Honorable James Gallagher was elected Representative to Congress for the 1st Congressional District of California. Signed sincerely, Kevin F. McCumber, Clerk.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the gentleman from California, the Honorable Mr. James Gallagher, be permitted to take the oath of office today. His certificate of election has not arrived, but there is no contest and no question has been raised with regard to his election.
Without objection, will the Representative-elect Gallagher and the members of the California delegation present themselves in the well? All members will please rise, and the Representative-elect will please raise his right hand. Do you solemnly swear that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that you will take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which you are about to enter, so help you God?
I do.
Congratulations, you're now a member of the 119th Congress. Without objection, the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Lofgren, is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, we welcome a new member of the California Congressional Delegation to our ranks. On June 2nd, James Gallagher was duly elected in a special election to fill the remainder of the term vacated by our friend and former colleague, the beloved late Doug LaMalfa. Doug was passionate about his commitment to the people of Northern California and advocating for rural Californians, a passion I am sure is shared by Representative Gallagher. As chair of the Democratic Congressional Delegation, it is my honor to welcome you to the largest delegation in Congress, representing the greatest state in the Union. We look forward to working with you to advocate on behalf of Californians here in Washington, D.C. I would now like to yield to my friend, Mr. Calvert, Dean of the Republican Delegation from California.
Thank you. And Mr. Speaker, as chair of the California Republican Delegation, I rise to welcome our newest member of the body, the gentleman from California, James Gallagher. Today, the people of California 1st District have chosen a champion. Once again, James comes from to this floor having devoted his entire career to what we affectionately call the North State. 6 years on the Sutter County Board of Supervisors, more than a decade in the State Assembly, and years of service as his party's leader in Sacramento. He fills a seat made vacant by the loss of our dear friend and colleague, Doug LaMalfa, a tireless voice for rural California who is deeply missed in this chamber. I have no doubt that James will carry the same fighting spirit and love of country to work ahead. To James, his family, welcome. The 1st District couldn't ask for a finer representative, and the delegation couldn't ask for a better friend. Mr. Speaker, I'm honored to be the first member of the House of Representatives to yield to our new colleague, Representative James Gallagher.
Well, thank you. I have some very long prepared remarks today. No, I am truly honored to be here this afternoon, and I come here to this floor to fill some very big boots in Congressman Doug LaMalfa. I come here from the wild north of California, of industrious people, of beautiful landscapes, mountains and valleys, the breadbasket farming capital of the north. And I come here on behalf of the citizens of the 1st Congressional District who overwhelmingly gave me their stamp of approval to be here to speak for them. And I intend to do so because many times they are the overlooked part of California and they need a voice. And Doug LaMalfa was their voice, and I plan to continue in that same spirit. I come here also as a husband to my wife, Jana, who joins me in the gallery with my children. And who I certainly could not do this without. I'm also joined by the wife of Doug LaMalfa. Jill LaMalfa is with us in the gallery today as well. And some rabble-rousers who've come along, from the wild north. Thank you for joining me here today as well. I'm looking forward to serving in this body. It's truly, truly an honor. And I know that this work that we do is very important. And I pray that God goes ahead of us and gives us the wisdom and the fortitude and the integrity to bring our country together, as Abraham Lincoln once said, to bind up the wounds, and that we do right and that we seek the righteous way for the people of this great nation. I'm proud to be one person in that long line of many leaders who've been able to be on this floor and speak for their people, and I take that honor very seriously. I also know that you all didn't come here necessarily for me. There's a big game tonight, I hear. And I did want to say I did play baseball. And thanks to my dad here who played the minor leagues for the Kansas City Royals organization. I spent a lot of my young life on a baseball field somewhere. And so with that, I will just end with play ball. Thank you.
Under Clause 5D of Rule 20, the Chair announces to the House that in light of the administration of the oath to the gentleman from California, the whole number of the House is 431.
Proceedings will resume on the questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Passage of H.R. 7892. Passage of H.R. 8312. The motion to recommit, H.R. 8464. Passage of H.R. 8464 if ordered, and motions to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 8467 and H.R. 8340. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, the remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the passage of H.R. 7892, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 583, H.R. 7892, a bill to amend the Higher Education Act of 1965 to require the Secretary of Education to use an identity fraud detection system to review each FAFSA to determine whether the FAFSA presents a reasonable suspicion of identity fraud.
The question is on the passage of the bill. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. Yeas are 249, the nays are 172. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20 of the unfinished business, the vote is on passage of H.R. 8312, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 596, H.R. 8312, a bill to establish fraud prevention and program integrity functions and data sharing authorities within the Department of Treasury, and a permanent government-wide inspector general for fraud, accountability, and recovery, and for other purposes.
The question is on passage of the bill. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 240, the nays are 181. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on agreeing to the motion to recommit on H.R. 8464, offered by the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. McGarvey, on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the motion.
Motion to recommit H.R. 8464, offered by Mr. McGarvey of Kentucky.
The question is on agreeing to the motion to recommit. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 209 and the nays are 213. The motion is not adopted. The question is on the passage of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker.
The bill is passed.
Mr. Speaker.
And without objection, a motion
Mr.
to
Speaker.
is laid on the table.
I request the yeas and nays, Mr. Speaker.
The yeas and nays have been requested. Those favoring the vote by yea and those by no will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. Thank you very much. This time I remembered. Mr. Gallagher. Congratulations. Come on up here. I want your family to be able to get this, and then most importantly, if you look at that clock up there, there's the camera. Your entire team back in California will see this, and someday you'll be up here running this rostrum. That's the Moses watching down over all of us. I really want to say congratulations. That's a huge victory.
Thank you, man.
And it was
really
very nice of you
appreciate
taking care of the Malford family, too.
Yeah, they're
huge.
They're really important to me, man. I miss him.
Oh, no. He's a good man. Good thing is he's got a big heart, and he's here for all of us on this, too.
And you're a good Iowa boy.
We're trying, yeah.
Okay.
Sixth-generation kid. And I started my job here 3 years ago next On this vote, the yeas are 218, the nays are 200. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended. So many as are in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on suspending the rules and passing H.R. 8340 as amended, which the clerk will report by title.
H.R. 8340, a bill to modify the government-wide financial management plan and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? So many as are in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn to meet at 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Without objection, so ordered. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I hereby remove my name as co-sponsor of H.R. 1229.
The gentleman's request is granted. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess subject to the call of the chair. Douglas Payne.
The House will be in order. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on the motion to suspend the rules if a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered, or if the vote is objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on the postponed question at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 9238.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 9238, a bill to amend the FISA Amendments Act of 2008 to extend the authorities of Title VII of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act of 1978 and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each will control 20 minutes. The Chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 9238.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. FISA Section 702 will expire on Friday. This bill extends the program until July 2nd. 702 program is critically important to our national security. More than 60% of our intelligence presented to the President, to the Commander-in-Chief, every single day is derived from 702. Without the World Cup, or excuse me, with the World Cup about to begin this week, we cannot be left without this critical tool every day. The 702 program helps us keep us safe here at home and advance our interest abroad. This temporary extension will ensure that there is no disruption to the program while we find a path forward on reauthorization. I urge the members to support the bill and reserve our time.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you kindly. When we first met on the majority's confusion and disarray over FISA at 1:30 in the morning on April the 17th, we pointed out that the majority's language departed so sharply from the requirements of the Fourth Amendment in the Constitution that for the very first time, it would have authorized the government to use 702 to specifically and deliberately target and spy on the communications of American citizens. That midnight maneuver quickly collapsed as support melted away all across the body. And on unanimous consent, we agreed to a 1-week extension to give the House leadership a chance to discuss and negotiate necessary reforms with their own members who had been ignored and bypassed in the process, as well as with us. Speaker Johnson never once invited us to the table, never got in touch with us. 1 week later, congressional Republicans again failed to pass their own bill. I stood in this spot and we agreed to a one-time 45-day extension as a gesture of legislative good faith to give the leadership a chance to meet with their own members who had been bypassed and with the Democratic side of the aisle, which had been completely bypassed, and to engage in good faith negotiations for serious FISA legislation. That means legislation that meets both the requirements of the Constitution for the privacy rights of the people and the needs of our foreign policy and national security. Again, we never heard from the Speaker. We never heard from his staff. They never came to talk to us. Now we are here to consider a bill drafted, it looks like, at 4:33 p.m., about 1 hour ago, just to kick the can down the road one more time. For months, we've offered to work in good faith with our friends across the aisle, our colleagues in the Senate and the intelligence community, to reauthorize 702 in a manner that preserves the necessary authority while protecting essential constitutional values and the privacy rights of the people. And despite this, again, Speaker Johnson has never once invited Democrats to the table. I know Speaker Johnson. We served together on the Judiciary Committee. We used to speak and interact freely, but he has completely vanished in this process. We have an incredible shrinking Constitution under Donald Trump, and now we have an incredible shrinking Speaker under Donald Trump. Look, our touchstone has been a fundamental principle at the core of the Fourth Amendment. A judge must come between the federal government and the private communications of American citizens. That's the meaning of the Fourth Amendment. The FBI has abused this powerful surveillance authority for decades. The FISA court has recently raised serious questions today about how Section 702 is operating. Instead of implementing the modest self-administered guardrails Congress required as part of our 2024 reauthorization, the FBI appears to have been actively circumventing and violating those guardrails. We cannot trust Kash Patel not to violate FISA when he readily admits he queried some government databases to dig up dirt on journalists who dared to report about him and the government services he has made available to his girlfriend. Believe it or not, the administration's invitation to trust Kash Patel and Tulsi Gabbard, which a majority of this body was not interested in, has now gotten even less enticing today. President Trump just appointed Bill Pulte as acting director of national intelligence, making it even more obvious that he intends to use FISA to investigate, harass, and persecute his political opponents. Director Pulte has no national security experience. Zero. Zilch. None. He's famous in America for only three things. One, he vowed to engage in fisticuffs with Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent when he was at Donald Trump Jr.'s club in Georgetown, the executive branch. Two, he brought Palantir into the Federal Housing Finance Agency, where he was director, to help him scour through Americans' personal financial data looking for dirt on Trump's designated political enemies. And then finally, he then used this AI-enabled technology to create personal mortgage dossiers on Adam Schiff, Letitia James, and Lisa Cook, who he then referred to the Department of Justice for felony criminal prosecutions. He engaged in criminal referrals. All three of these attempted prosecutions fortunately collapsed either at the Department of Justice or in federal court because they were so flimsy. But that's what he spends his time doing, trying to dig up dirt through this AI-enabled technology on American citizens, including elected officials. So if you thought our civil liberties were safe with Tulsi Gabbard as the backstop, which was the last proposal, you will love the idea of Bill Pulte being the guardian of our privacy and the protector of our civil liberties. Bill Pulte's appointment, which has been derided not just in our party, but by Senators Thune, Tillis, and Cassidy, to name just a few, confirms our worst fears of the president's plans to abuse FISA, Section 702, for the purposes of domestic political surveillance, harassment, intimidation, and persecution. Indeed, we know the FBI is currently abusing FISA based on the Fisk opinion from March that remains inexplicably classified. Instead of implementing in good faith the modest reforms we passed 2 years ago, the FBI created a system to review Americans' data in violation of the minimal, self-administered, self-policing guardrails we required. We can say with some confidence that the FBI has no idea how many U.S. person queries they ran last year, how many times they spied on the communications of American citizens, and we should be able to explain these serious deficiencies to our constituents. Look, if we allow the president to turn FISA into an instrument of domestic political control, we will be ignoring everything we've already learned about the long history of abuse of this program, which my friend Mr. Jordan has helped to bring to light. Past improper searches swept in members of Congress and staff of both parties, campaign activists and donors, and Black Lives Matter activists. President Trump certainly believes FISA provides the technology, the methodology, and the opportunity to spy on political opponents. On April 10th, 2024, he posted, "Kill FISA. It was illegally used against me and many others. They spied on my campaign." Kill FISA, he said. These allegations may or may not be true, but the president is certainly right that this program has been badly abused in the past. The majority yet still shows no evidence of seeking to impose a judicial warrant requirement for queries of U.S. citizens. They've shown no interest in building a probable cause requirement into the statute. We've seen no evidence that they want to impose any judicial oversight at all although that was the framers' major commitment, that they wanted to make sure that there would be a judicial magistrate interposed between the government and the rights of the people. That is the meaning of the Fourth Amendment, and we need to stand by that, and we need a real process to make sure that we come up with real legislation that honors it. I reserve.
Gentleman from Maryland reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
I think that might be the first time I heard my friend and gentleman from Maryland agree with the president. As he smiles, I will now recognize the distinguished chairman of the House Intelligence Committee, the gentleman from Arkansas, good friend who's doing a great job, for as much time as he may consume.
Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Here's what we know. We're at an elevated threat level with FIFA World Cup games beginning this week, America's 250th birthday and related celebrations coming up this summer. Iran and its proxies are targeting U.S. military personnel daily. The 25th commemoration of the September 11th terrorist attacks will be coming up. We know that FISA 702 is the most important foreign intelligence authority to detect and mitigate national security threats. This week, the World Cup kicks off. 45 countries descend upon the United States for World Cup games, which just so happens to be the week that Democrats have actively chosen to disallow this critical national security tool from being renewed, to allow it to go dark. Democrats have chosen to compromise national security and the safety of Americans to play essentially political chicken with an essential national security tool. This is unserious, very dangerous behavior on the part of congressional Democrats. So we're not talking about the policy. Instead, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are talking about personalities. They're concerned about personalities. They're not concerned about the policy. And I know, because they're really smart, that they understand that the DNI has no 702 query authority. Either they know that to be true and yet continue on this personality conflict issue, or they don't know that the DNI doesn't have 702 query authority. In either case, it's wrong. We're not debating the underlying policy here. We're debating personalities. And that's a real shame. Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries, and Mark Warner are all members of the Gang of Eight. They've all been read into the threats, as I have. They know the highest levels of national security threats above every other member of Congress. And they're all willing to let this program go dark and subject the American people to all manner of threats that might materialize here in the absence of this program. It's an abdication of their constitutional responsibilities. It's shameful is what it is. For Gang of Eight members who understand what's at stake, who have been read in at the highest levels, who understand the importance of 702, who know that 60% of the presidential daily brief is derived from 702, for them to say no because they don't like the individual in question who doesn't even have 702 query authority. So let's go ahead and take this program hostage to make a political point because they don't like President Trump either. That's what this has devolved into. It's an absolute shame. If this authority lapses, starting on Saturday, we move into uncharted territory. It's unclear how providers will respond to statutory expiration, especially the lapse in liability protection, and how uncertain this will impact foreign intelligence that's critical for policy and security decisions. Once this authorization expires, the clock starts ticking. The implications get worse every single day. While the 702 database would remain available to search, the data in that database will become increasingly out of date with the potential of provider noncompliance with orders litigation by providers or outside groups, and even reticence by agency personnel to continue implementing an expired authority for fear of personal liability. Enough is enough. All right, let's just get past the personalities if we can. Recognize the need to take care of the people in this country, to secure our country. That's one of the things that we're supposed to do in this institution, is to protect the American people. So let's do that. take the personality pot shots offline, because if we want to do that, we've got plenty of material to work with. But let's just focus on the policy here, get this done, and move forward. And with that, I yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Arkansas yields. The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know what personality potshots the distinguished gentleman is referring to. Of course, that's against the rules of the House, and if you think you have an objection, you should go ahead and object based on personalities. I haven't heard a single one mentioned. In any event, when Section 702 of FISA sunsets on June 12th, if that's the will of the majority, the government's surveillance activities will continue unchanged. Everything that's already been authorized and certified is already in motion, and current FISA authorizations will continue unaffected at least through March 17th, 2027. In any event, I know that the gentleman said that we're approaching the 250th anniversary of the country. Yeah, that's something we've known about for 250 years, and the majority has known for many months about this deadline and can't seem to get it together. And we don't have the opportunity to help them because they will not reach out to us and talk to us about it. I restate our commitment to try to help them get through this, but we're not going to continue to kick the can down the road with them indefinitely. I'm going to yield 2 minutes to the very distinguished gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Massey, who's a great champion of the Constitution and civil liberties.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to this clean reauthorization of a unconstitutional program that's being used to spy on Americans without warrants. This would be the third temporary clean extension of this unconstitutional program. And I find myself on the unfortunate opposition to the chairman of the committee of jurisdiction, the distinguished gentleman from Ohio. I'm going to read some of his quotes from last year. This is an article in the Washington Post that he so eloquently wrote. 1 year from now, Republicans and Democrats in Congress will have a chance to reaffirm our commitment to the Constitution and better protect the Americans from warrantless government surveillance. This will be one of the most important debates we will have this Congress, and it's vital that we begin working now to protect Americans' constitutional rights. He goes on to say, our fidelity must always be to the Constitution. The Fourth Amendment is one of the foundations of American civil liberties. It is part of what makes our country great and makes us the envy of the world. We must continue to protect and enhance it. Passing a warrant requirement for Section 702 will do just that. He goes on to tweet later, or earlier than that, the same people who spied on President Trump's campaign are now fighting against a warrant requirement in the new FISA bill. Makes you wonder. So I find myself disagreeing with the chairman in this debate, but agreeing vehemently with him last year and the year before when he pointed out this program is unconstitutional and there's only one way to fix it: require warrants, judicial warrants. And we saw the president's administration tweet this week that we shouldn't trust these liberal judges in Washington, D.C. to hamstring the Secretary of Defense. Well, that's not what we're talking about. Number one, we're not talking about a constraint on the Secretary of Defense. We are talking about, or Secretary of War, we are talking about a constraint on the FBI to spy on Americans. And we're not talking about liberal judges. 8 of the 11 Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court judges were appointed by Republicans. And by the way, most of them aren't even in D.C. And with that, I yield back to the distinguished gentleman and appreciate
Gentleman from Kentucky yields back. Gentleman from Maryland.
Well, but we thank you for your trenchant remarks.
Recognized.
The gentleman for his trenchant remarks, and we will reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just point out to the gentleman from Kentucky, that's not the question today. The question today is, can we go another, 3 weeks, 21 days, and try to figure out what makes sense on protecting the privacy rights of Americans? That's a simple question. I don't think 3 weeks is too much to ask. For goodness sake, this program's been around forever. We did 56 reforms to it just 2 years ago. I think the question from just, can we go another 3 weeks and figure it out and maybe have those discussions that the ranking member was talking about? I know he and I have talked about what makes sense. So that's the question in front of us. With that, I would yield to the distinguished member from Georgia who's on the Intelligence Committee and a host of other important committees here in the Congress as much time as he may consume.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
I want to thank the gentleman from Ohio, and I want the American citizens to know that, as was said earlier, April 17th, with hundreds of people on the floor of the House of Representatives, We did, by UC, adopt a 1-week extension. That was true. And then we did a 45-day extension. And now we're asking, yes, for a 21-day extension. And sometimes things take longer than we would like for them to. But I want to defend my friend who was attacked by the gentleman from Maryland, Tulsi Gabbard. You know, Tulsi was the vice chair of the Democratic National Committee. She was the vice chair. She was elected unanimously to that position as the vice chair of the Democratic National Committee. And she maintained friendships because everybody knew she was a serious member of Congress, up to and until she became an appointee of President Trump as DNI. And then all of a sudden, everything I've heard from Democrats about her has been bad. She was elected unanimously to the vice chair position of the DNC. She's a good woman and she cares about this country, and you should show her a little more respect than you do. I want the American citizens, if you're watching this, to know, very simple. There's a lot going on in the world. Say what you want to about it with Iran. The bottom line is the risks are elevated. The risks are elevated. Some of us think the president did the right thing, and I realize some of you think he did the wrong thing, but the risks are elevated. We've got the World Cup that's about to happen. Thousands and thousands of people coming into this country, some of which actually want to do us harm. And you know who's going to be making sure that we keep the ones out of this country that want to do us harm? It's going to be Customs and Border Protection, checking statuses when they come in through the border. And I'm glad that we got that funded. But I want to leave you with this, if you're watching this. We as the Republicans in the House, we too are disappointed that we have not gotten to a resolution after the 1-week extension, after the 45-day extension. And we're simply asking for another 21-day extension to make sure that this authority does not expire. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I would just ask that we abide by common sense and the rule that we first do no harm by taking down a valuable national security tool that the United States of America needs. With that, I yield the remainder to the
gentleman from Georgia yields. Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
We reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me just say, we gave the majority an extra week. We supported that, unanimous consent. Every member of this body supported that. They never consulted us. They never talked to us, despite all kinds of promises to do so. I had GOP colleagues telling me on the Judiciary Committee they were never consulted. Nobody ever talked to them about it. Then we gave them 45 days. They said they just needed 45 days, and they would definitely talk to us. We'd be able to meet a month and a half. We heard nothing from them. We've been begging them to sit down because I believe there is a robust bipartisan majority in this House to support the needed reforms and making sure that we interpose the voice of a judge before the personal communications of American citizens are invaded by the government. And I think that we've got a vast majority on that side, but nobody from leadership seems to be talking to anybody who's concerned about this. So now they say, oh, well, just give us another week. No, we're not interested in that. We've given you lots of time, and you're not consulting us, and you're not negotiating good faith. So maybe the threat that we're not going to support you will finally get you guys serious about it. I'm happy to yield a minute to the very distinguished gentlewoman from the state of Washington, Ms. Jayapal.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Republicans called us up at the last minute to do yet another short-term extension of FISA. And this is just a sham. It's been months now, and we've done multiple short-term extensions. I voted against the last one because I knew that there was not actually going to be a reform proposal put on the table, because suddenly even the bipartisan members, including my good friend, the chairman, who has been with us for these reforms in the past, suddenly have decided that they're just going to bow down to what Donald Trump wants, and Donald Trump doesn't want any reforms. We know what the American people want. They want a warrant requirement. That is a bipartisan position. If you put a warrant requirement on the floor right now, it would pass. And maybe the president would have to veto it, but it would pass, and people would see that the Congress of the United States is standing up for the privacy rights of Americans that are guaranteed in our Constitution. This is not about national security versus constitutional rights. This is about how we do both together. Can I have another minute?
Grant the gentlelady an extra 30 seconds.
Gentlelady is recognized.
This is about how we do both, and we can do that because what Americans have said over and over again is no more secret searches of Americans' private communications. They want their basic right to privacy respected, and there is a path to get there, and the chairman has been on our side. We got so close just a couple of years ago. We could have gotten it done. We didn't get it done then, but we can get it done now. But it requires saying no to Donald Trump. It requires saying, no, you can't put Bill Pulte in as the ODNI because this guy is not to be trusted with any of our information. Vote no on this extension. Let's get a real reform package passed. I yield back.
We reserve. Expired. The gentleman from Maryland reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
And we reserve, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman reserved. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
The gentlelady from California, the distinguished speaker alum, Ms. Pelosi, is recognized for 1 minute.
The distinguished lady from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding. I rise with a degree of sadness because I was present at the birth of this legislation, and I was, for 30 years, either a member of the committee or a ranking member on the committee or gang of 8 for 30 years. So I bring extensive intelligence experience to this discussion. And it was following 9/11 with great care that we worked in a bipartisan legislation to put together the legislation to advance what we're talking about here today, this FISA initiative. But what we see here now, and in that legislation we established the office of the DNI, the Director of National Intelligence, and it had certain standards. There's a Director of National Intelligence shall be appointed by the President with the advice of the Senate. The individual nominated shall have extensive national security experience. He shall serve as the head of the intelligence community, act as a principal advisor to the President and the National Security Council, Homeland Security, and the rest.
The gentlelady an additional 30 seconds.
Thank you. And so here we have a situation, and I have lists from the legislation of the criteria establishing him. And what do we have from the president? Somebody who has no judgment on intelligence matters. What an insult to our brave intelligence community who serve us so well to protect the American people, to put somebody in there. So if you want us to vote for FISA, and you have Patel at FBI and what's his name, Pulte as DNI, Pulte Patel equals no on this FISA legislation. It can be done if there is an intention to do it right. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from Maryland reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
We reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Connecticut, the ranking member of the Intelligence Committee, Mr. Himes.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my friend, the gentleman from Maryland. I rise very sadly tonight in opposition to this legislation. I have spent hundreds of hours negotiating this, including with the ranking member of Judiciary, my friends on the Republican side, reauthorization after reauthorization. I've got the scars to show for how much work has been done. And here we are on the verge of a great deal. The Senate has a bill that reauthorizes FISA and puts in stronger safeguards than the bill that we passed here in the House. We are all ready to go, and we move on. And then the President of the United States decides that Bill Pulte, a man who's never held a security clearance, a man who I'm not sure 2 days ago could have told you what the initials DNI stand for, a man who has distinguished himself in the role he currently has as an attack dog to go after the political enemies, that gets thrown in. And we're asked for yet more indulgence at that moment in time. There is a simple way out of this conundrum. The president can follow the law. Allow the principal deputy DNI, a Senate-confirmed appointee of the president, to assume the role of acting DNI until a suitable nominee can be confirmed by the Senate. That's all that needs to happen, and none of us need to swallow what has just happened. This is a funny moment because I have lots of Republican friends, and to a person they have told me what a catastrophic appointment this is, that we're not going to hear that on the floor in public. But we all know that this is the path. It did not need to be this way, and there is still time, though very little, to choose a new and responsible path consistent with our obligations to national security. When this vote fails, and it will, I hope that the president sees the writing on the wall and puts national security first. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
We reserve. Thank you.
Maryland reserves. Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Can you tell us how much time we have left, Mr. Speaker?
3 minutes. Gentleman has 3 minutes remaining. Okay. And gentleman from Ohio has 11 minutes remaining.
We reserve.
Gentleman from Maryland reserve. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
I think we're ready to close if the ranking member can wind up his remarks.
Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My friend, the distinguished chairman of the Judiciary Committee, flippantly says, what's another 3 weeks after we've kicked the can down the road this far? Where is the passionate, stalwart defender of American civil liberties and right to privacy we've come to admire and esteem? The Fourth Amendment protects the rights of all Americans. It does not have a, unless it's just for another 3 weeks, exception. Congress must act to protect the rights of Americans. We agreed to 1 week. We agreed to 45 days. Enough of this disorganization and chaos. If there's a serious proposal on the table, we are all ears. We will sit down and we will work on this. We want to reauthorize Section 702, and we want to make it safe for the constitutional rights and liberties of the people. We also know, Mr. Speaker, that Section 702 explicitly allows any current authorizations to continue until their expiration dates, even if the statute sunsets. So there's no reason we cannot protect both the Fourth Amendment rights of the people and the authorities that keep us safe. And if Speaker Johnson will just allow us to do so, I believe that the Judiciary and Intelligence Committees can come together and get this done. Again, Mr. Speaker, I believe there's a robust bipartisan majority. I think it's ridiculous that we even need to say it, but I do believe there's a robust bipartisan majority that will stand with the Constitution, that will make sure we are interposing the proper, independent judicial magistrate between the government and searches of the private rights and the persons and things protected by the Fourth Amendment. So we need to protect the rights of the people in the Constitution. We can do that. We need to protect our national security with Section 702. We can do that. We can harmonize them. All it takes is old-fashioned legislative deliberation and compromise. I am certain we can do it, but we haven't had any effort by the GOP leadership to look to this body, both the Republicans and Democrats. Where do they look? They look to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. But we are in Article 1 for a reason. We are the legislating branch, not the president. We've got the power to declare war. The president's forgotten that. We've got the power to appropriate. We've got the power to tax, and we've got the power to pass this legislation on Section 702. We don't have to wait on hand and foot for the White House to tell us what to do. Let's just sit down. Let's hammer out a great legislative compromise that will take us not for another 7 days or 42 days or 45 days. How about we do it for the next 5 years? If we build a search warrant requirement into it, I bet we could do it for the next 10 years. Let's live up to our constitutional responsibilities and legislate together. And I yield back to you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for your indulgence.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just remind my friend from Maryland, the ranking member, of a couple things. I said initially, in light of the 56 reforms we did a couple years ago to this legislation, I was willing to go for a short-term reauthorization, 18 months. Remember, that was the original package. I was willing to go for that, particularly at a time when we, like it or not, we're in a conflict, military operation in Iran. I thought that made sense in light of the reforms we've done. Second, he said that I had said earlier, what's another 3 weeks? Well, he just talked about hammering it out. I didn't say what's another 3 weeks. I said we can take 3 weeks to continue to hammer it out and figure it out. That's all we're asking. And while we're hammering out and figuring it out, we maybe want to not let the program go completely dark, but because the guys on the Intel Committee, even Mr. Himes understands how important this is. And finally, I would say this, when he says, where's my friend from a few years ago? If I remember right, we could have had the warrant requirement maybe 2 years ago, because I remember what the vote was, 212 to 212. All it would have taken was one more no vote then to vote yes, and shazam, we pass it. So you can criticize all you want, but those are the facts. Now, the question again is real simple. Can we go another 3 weeks? I think we can, and hammer out a deal, which I'm willing to do with the gentleman from Maryland and the folks on the Judiciary Committee. So I would urge a yes vote. With that, I yield back.
All time for debate has been yielded. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 9238? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chairs, 2/3 being in the affirmative.
Requesting the ayes and the nays.
For what purpose the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
I'd like to request the ayes and the nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on this question will be postponed. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. The gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition. Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, with great pride, I recognize a truly historic moment in Greene County. The class of 2026 is the final graduating class to walk the halls of a building that has shaped lives, strengthened our community, and carried the hopes and dreams of generations since 1962. Greene Central High School has been far more than brick and mortar. It has been a place where friendships were formed, lessons were learned, championships were achieved, and young people prepared to make their mark on the world. Within these classrooms and hallways are countless stories filled with Greene County pride. The building may change, but the memories and legacy of the Greene Central Rams will live forever. We honor every educator, parent, class, and the community who helped build the proud legacy of Greene Central High School. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow. Thank you.